Dude, what the hell is up with people talking about antinatalism and birth rates? Holy shit. Editors posted the vid to the VP. People are going crazy. What the hell? It's so bad. I haven't seen the Reddit. I'm sure the Reddit's bad. I saw the comments. It's crazy in there. Dude, look at this shit. Fucking telling women to take one for the team is tone deaf in a patriarchal society which respects consent. Yeah, I didn't like this video. Biggest L I've seen him take in a while. Oh, sorry, blind? Hold on. There you go. When the fuck did I say that? What the hell? What do you... People are crazy about this shit. Why... Wait, repeat? In a video where I said the world is objectively experiencing a lower average birth rate that seems to be caused by a wide variety of issues, and it is something to talk about. And for some reason, I guess people think I want to make rape camps? I don't know. It was when you mentioned pregnancy as a job, you described it as a civic duty? That's not asking women to take one for the team. Wait, what? That doesn't make any sense. I think that cleaning up litter is a civic duty. What is that? What's the relationship between those factors? It's already a civic duty. Like child rearing is a civic duty. It's so bad I'm arguing with people who genuinely think you said white genocide is real. I'm unironically going to make this like the hang up for the next 6 months. It's actually fucking crazy how irrational people are about this. It's actually insane. We're doing the pro-natalist arc, yeah. I'm no longer an anti-natalist, but no thanks to Vosh. He is god-awful at arguing against it. He literally just says, be normal like an asshole. If this is where you're at in your life, man, you need more than just my videos. I'm not an anti-natalist anymore, but when he made fun of this joke of an ideology, that really rubbed me the wrong way. You gotta touch some grass. Also, I'm not mad. Also, a bunch of people here are like, dude, Vosh is an idiot for forgetting that the real cause of the lowered birth rates is that people don't have a hope for the future anymore. But birth rates have been going down for like 100 years. So that's not it. You're telling me like, why are people having fewer children in the 1970s? Oh, because they didn't hope for the future? What do you mean? That can't be it. We're talking about a very long-term change, not just the past like 15 to 20 years. People are fucking crazy, man. These comments are on you too. The left actually needs to talk about birth rates falling below replacement rate. No, we don't. I understand policy wonks are scared of the downstream effects of this. Whatever, I don't really care. I just disagree there's any value in humanity existing in itself. Dude, why do you all act like fucking Resident Evil villains when what the fuck is wrong with you? You're politicizing your and all like policy wonks, dude, it's gonna affect real humans' lives. Like there are negative economic consequence. It's like gonna hurt real living people, like billions of people, if this goes unaddressed. It's a real problem. Like, why are you making us look like demons? What the fuck? Midas with the correct take as always. That's true. It's just people fucking... It's people politicizing their depression, man. I'm sorry. You need to stop making your neuroses my problems. Like, look at this. Okay, let's say the population lowers a bit. So what? I'd rather have women have rights and stuff. I don't know. Why are this dynamic has been polarized to an extent, like an insane, I don't know. Me when I'm Thanos? I didn't realize all the people making those low IQ Thanos was right the whole time arguments were like internet anarchists. That's crazy. Like, dude, literally, what the fuck? I can't believe they're falling below replacement rates. It's almost as if the generation now dying out were part of some boom, some baby boom, like the perhaps baby boomers. But no, it's probably a Jewish plot or whatever. What the hell? For one, no, the global population decline isn't about the baby boomer generation from 70 years ago. And for two, what the fuck? Mentioning this instantly like Nazi? Oh my god. What the hell? To be fair, Voshing put his foot in his mouth sometimes. The crazy thing is, though, like, I genuinely didn't make any crazy statements in that rant that I did. Like, I'm like, I just didn't. I said that there are legitimate, genuine, empirical consequences to a declining population. It's worth talking about. The causes for this are probably that people are just not that interested in having kids. Like, just there's more to do in life than having kids. Whereas it used to be like, you kind of didn't really have a choice because people just got pregnant when you fucked, and people do like fucking. And I said antinatalists are stupid. That none of these positions should be controversial. We'll look at the election in a second, man. It's been a while since I've had the opportunity to whine about people in my community and outside my community. Which I enjoy, you know, which is fun for me, and I feel like I have a right to engage in that a little bit when I want to. This is a false issue. The population globally is growing, and it'll reach 10 billion by the end of the century. At this point, the decline of birth rates in select countries can be easily solved through open borders. This is like evading the point massively. The rate of birth is declining in every single country on Earth very rapidly. Like, you can't just, oh, well, we'll just keep bringing people in from, you know, Nigeria or Burkina Faso. Like, sure, and I'm fine with that, but that's not really like what we're talking about. We're not talking about the broader issue then. Like, what happens when Burkina Faso and Nigeria have lower birth rates? This is just a straight up neoliberal talking point. It is actually. It's like a blasé dismissal of real material conditions in favor of the like nothing ever happens. The economic conditions will stabilize everything, so on and so forth. Vosh, I think only parts of Africa are set for a while. No, all of Africa's population or replacement rate, fertility rate is plummeting. And I don't blame them. Raising kids, that shit's difficult. It's a pain in the ass. Yeah, the 2,100 projections have been lowered. I went through it this morning, and it's obvious a lot of people haven't watched the vid. Ah, classic. Classic. Declining birth rates are actually a problem that's been talked about multiple times. Yeah, wait, why is it that I don't get any shit when I talk about the internationally, uncontroversially recognized problem that China has with their population curve? That their population declined for the first time in like ever recently. And everyone acknowledges that's like a major issue for their economy. And I've brought it up a million times, and that's fine. Declining birth rates are a scathing indictment of neoliberalism. I think it's more like fundamental than that. This is the kind of person you're arguing with? Not surprising in the slightest, considering he thinks white genocide is a serious threat. I did see some discourse online today, and there was someone who was like, Vosh, isn't he fucking irrelevant now? Or something to that effect. Which is like, it is crazy how much people's opinions of the online fabric are shaped by like the brief, like the moments their head breaks the surface of the water and they get a gasp of air. Streams are doing better than ever. Yeah, we're literally the channel's doing better than ever. It's just the last time they heard about me was the last time a bread tuber made a video about me, which they don't anymore because they realized I'm the unsinkable ship, and also I'm right about everything. People are so goddamn deranged. But Vosh is also lying? That's true. Do we solve the child crisis by making childcare cheaper? I don't think there's like a simple solution. I think it's a very complicated issue. But that's all I was saying, man. People are fucking crazy about this. They're like, oh, you think this objective, this like objective, verifiable problem is a real problem? Well, you must be a neo-Nazi. Like, I don't know. At least you have some shooters in the comments for you. Yep. One Vosh only tells truths and one Vosh only tells lies. You know which one you got. I feel like this video is probably one of the bad... We're about to move on. I feel like this video is probably one of the bad ones. Like, I agree with a lot of takes and a lot of points, but the issues surrounding birth rates... I feel like Vosh, many people in this comments have a rather big misunderstanding. A large portion of European incentives aren't actually that good, at least not believed or expected. No, it's people picking at the edges here. They're like, well, we don't know if financial incentives really make a difference because Finland only gives every pregnant mother $50,000 instead of $500,000, so we don't know actually. It's just, that's clearly not... That's not the issue, man. You can address, like, the margins of the curve, but, like, can we be real here? The reason you guys aren't having kids isn't because you're poor. Poor people have had kids for all of human history. The reason you're not having kids is because that shit sucks. If you wanted to have kids, you can make it happen. There are poor people in this country today who make it work, despite being very, very poor, okay? You're not having kids because it's just not interesting to you. You don't want to have 18 years of your life chained to a very difficult, expensive obligation. And if it was money, then wealthy people would be having more kids, but they don't. It's just difficult. Having kids is gay. Yeah, that's pretty true. Kids are amazing. Yeah, it's like pretty cool, but like it's also difficult to raise them. I think something people aren't addressing is that people who have kids are having fewer kids. Yeah, and wealthy people are having fewer kids, and people in poor countries are having fewer kids, and people in wealthy countries are having fewer kids. People who get material benefits having fewer kids, people who don't have material benefits getting fewer kids. Everyone, everywhere, all at once, at the same time, across the board, uniformly, with basically no exceptions, are having fewer kids. It's obviously not something as simple as like, well, if they got $5 more off the government in a tax rebate or whatever. I think it's just them damn iPhones, you know? Kids are fucking tiring. A lot of work. Is Vosh going to put his money where his mouth is and have like 4 kids? I'm sorry, where do you, like, this is a very common, I'll call it what it is, and feel free to feel like defeated by this, but this is a logical fallacy that you're engaging in right now, and I'm smarter than you. You're implying that I'm suggesting this is a personal failing on your part. I also don't have any kids. I could afford to have kids, by the way. Why don't I have kids? I've got other stuff going on. I still like the idea of having kids. But like, yeah, it's a lot of work and it really dominates your life. And there's a lot of stuff going on in my life. There's a lot of stuff that I love doing, you know? I don't think there's anything morally right or wrong about wanting to have kids. I'm just talking about the broader um, demographic ramifications of people having fewer kids. I don't give a fuck what what race the kids are, what nationality. I'm not talking about wealth or poverty, whatever. I'm just talking a very across the board tendency, you know? Do you think Tinder and stuff have a part to play? No. Divorce rates are down, actually. Weren't divorce rates at their lowest in like the 2000s? Or sorry, highest in the 2000s. Village living. Well, my argument has always been that people would be more willing to have kids if children were raised somewhat communally, because that would put a lot of the pressure off new parents, right? Rather than you needing like your whole life for nearly 20 years being dedicated to supervising an idiot, an expensive idiot who has like so many needs, you know, you can kind of like refer to a collective group attitude. That's how we did it in the tribal days, and even to an extent in feudal times, depending on the society. Um, but yeah, you can't just snap your fingers and go back to that in an instant. We've been moving away from that for a while. What if kids were more like other animals and they could do shit instead of being an immobile blob for the first year? That's what I was saying, man. That's what if kids popped out and they were like fucking yoked up and they could do like little backflips, then it'd be way easier to have a kid, because you could have a kid and then you'd be like, all right, go get a job. And the kid would be like, all right. Like the main problem here, I think, is that kids just like suck. like stats wise, like in a tier zoo kind of way. Oh man, you filled your army up with babies? You got 20 army slots and 16 of them are babies? Have you checked the stats on those motherfuckers? They're not even gonna make it to the other side. They're not even gonna engage in combat to begin with. They're gonna get picked off before they even get there. Yeah, kids got over nerfed, is what I'm saying. There are 8 billion people on this planet. How is depopulation an issue? You have to use your brain more before you type. This is like a problem that humans have had for a long time, and you're kind of living it, and you need to work on it, all right? You need to improve your cognition. Think, okay? It's not about how many there are now. It's about the relationship between how many there are now and how many there will be in the future. It's like saying, who cares if the butterflies are dying off? Aren't there like 15 trillion? Yeah, but if there's 14 trillion next year, that implies like a 8% decrease in the transference of pollen, which could fucking starve countries. Use your head. Genuinely curious, between no one having kids, the population dying off, and government forcing people to have kids when no one wants to, what's the lesser evil here? I genuinely do not think that. I think it's a false dichotomy. I don't think it would ever come to that. There are literally, like, there are governments that have tried versions of this. It doesn't even work. Like, Russia had those fucking teen fertility camps. Shit like that doesn't even work, man. I think the solution to this would be like more expansive and far reaching than you could imagine, but it would have to be like, you would have to, we're talking about a global trend. It can't be a government program. Like, oh yeah, it turns out humanity is destined to go extinct unless your government does this one program. What? No, 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 no. This needs to be like this has to be like a broader shift, you know? It's a very materialist sense, you know, technological advancements and the relationship between the worker and their labor have fundamentally changed the role of parenthood, the extent to which parents are isolated from society. You need a material solution that goes beyond policy. You need like a fundamental, like a seismic shift, a reckoning. The same way that the capitalism isn't just a policy, right? It's like a global ideology that's altered the way we think about time and labor. It's the microplastics. It's just not. It's objectively not. I'm sorry. Microplastics aren't the reason why the birth rates have been consistently falling in industrialized countries for 100 years. They are the reason why you thought to type that out, though, because of the like block up here in your head made of car tires. Why are you so worried about people not repopulating? Like we got to 8 billion from 20,000. I don't know what to do with you guys. Your defensiveness about the topic is making you say dumb shit. You're like engaging in mathematical errors that would get you flunked out of an 8th grade algebra class. You're not understanding the problem. Like I'm talking about it. You have to listen. You're right, but nobody's ready. I'm right, but nobody's ready to hear my position that life is worth living. And I don't know. I don't know, man. I mean, it's a hypothetical. Yeah, but hypotheticals are the devil. You can say any dumb shit from a hypothetical. I remember the fucking rape cage argument. I remember. What would you rather have? Humanity dies of extinction, or the only way to keep humanity alive is do 1 billion rapes a day? Which do you think is worse? Because like morally, like at least at least humanity is around. Like I reject the. It's the guy in the leather jacket. Would you rather have a good economy or queer rights? I reject the premise. We can have both. You know. Yeah, stable economy or civil rights. Yeah. I reject your premise, cure aging. What, and turn us all into gay elves? Yes? Can we be like a dwarf? I'd rather be a dwarf than an elf. So Vosh believes we're just gonna go extinct like completely. Did you hear me say that? What did you where did you get that one from? Out of curiosity. Wouldn't it make more sense to assume that the beliefs that I have are the ones that I've said rather than the ones that you've not heard me say? Have you seen how badly the pro-natalism policies in Hungary have flopped? Yeah. Doesn't seem to work that well. Would you rather shit bricks or nails? That's a tough one. Has Vosh seen the Hank Green video 1000% agreeing with him in the birth rate thing? Really? Hank Green? No one could accuse him of being, well, I'm sure there are some people who say he's like a white supremacist or something. I don't want to watch the video. I'm already deep enough in the topic. That's because they haven't outpaced the cost of child affordability, not that policies haven't worked. No. You don't understand. You're not going to come up with a mythical policy that gives enough money to parents. It's not going to happen. Leaving aside like the economic viability, poor people have always had lots of kids. And today, wealthy people are having less kids. It's not about the money. It's just not about the money. Governments have already found no amount of money was enough to meaningfully increase the birth rate. Yeah, there's some things you can do, I think, with policy, but for the most part, it seems like it's more of a cultural attitude. Something like that. It's complicated. I mean, you could heavily tax people that don't have kids. Sure, but then we're getting into the coercive element, right? Then we're essentially forcing people to have kids, which doesn't, you know, I don't like that. This isn't universal, though. There's heavy variance even within countries. There's not as much variance as you might think. Oh, fuck, the new Chat GPT thing. Oh my god, I wanted to talk about that. But we should probably talk about the Canadian elections, right? Maybe a little bit. um, we'll do it in a bit. That's the point of the stream? Yeah, that's true. All right, guys, I've got good news. The line is slightly higher for the Liberals. We've closed polls over in the maritime regions, right? So the islands are done voting? Yeah, stop the count. Central Newfoundland is decidedly fascist or something. I don't know. Type shit. Twinsies, Thana. Why the colors flipped? I'm an American. Oh yeah, you guys have to remember that blue is evil here and red is good here. It's very confusing to us. Newfoundland? Okay, well, you know what? If you wanted it to be pronounced Newfoundland, then have you considered spelling it that way? I'm sorry, I'm not a Nordic. I'm not a Viking, okay? That's found, motherfucker. As in, you found new land. Was listening to another stream cover Newfoundland. They're very low populace. Okay, shouldn't this area be very high population? Because isn't this the place that the Vikings came to and they were like, holy shit, it's goated here? Like over in the shit-ass Scandinavian wasteland that they came from, it was like fucking they can't even farm or whatever. And then they come down here and they're like, oh my god, there's grass? No, it's so cold there. Okay, I've seen Vinland Saga, and I'm pretty sure they landed in a place that had grass. They left after a year. They got their asses beat by the natives and left. Oh, okay. That sucks. Where's Old Finland? Presumably, Old Finland would be like Sweden, right? Or Iceland, something like that, right? England? Yeah, maybe England because they went over there. Why not Finland? Oh, fuck. Is Finland called Finland just because they found land? Is that just like a different etymology for the same basic naming principle? No, it's the land of Finns. Okay, but are they called the Finns because they got finned? Because they finned them? See, you think I'm crazy, but that's how language works. Like why we call American Indians Indians. Like we all know why that happened. Newfoundland was named by the English? I don't believe that. All right, where the hell is the map? This one's too dark mode for me. It's difficult to see anything. My feet hurt. Oh my god, Canada's so big. There's a light mode? There we go. I think that election or like political web pages should be light. I think that dark sites, like dark colored sites, that's like social media, you know, that's something you're meant to spend a lot of time on. Porn sites, obviously. But for like covering a live election, that's a light mode shit. That's a light mode. I hate dark mode. It kills design variety. That's fucking facts. What happened to the websites that looked like Neopets or whatever? You know? Now every website looks the same. We found like the optimal designs, the slightly rounded rectangles with the drop shadow. Everything looks the same. Who are we hoping for? Mark Carney. It's wild how isolating parenting is. It's wild how isolating everything on Earth is. I feel like we used to do things way the fuck more communally, you know? Like even like if your tribe had a bad batch of meat and you all had the shits, I bet they were all like shitting in the same group of trees going like, ah, this fucking sucks. Arr! Like they were a lot more open because they all know the other ones are shitty. They were probably less concerned about privacy. They were all like walking around basically naked anyway. Why the fuck are we so like isolating with the parenting stuff? It's actually insane. Like having new kids, and this is not like a right-wing versus left-wing thing, because right-wingers' ideal family situation is like a private fortress castle house with a white picket fence in suburbia where they're 50 miles from the nearest black person. Like this is not like, well, how pro fertility are you on paper? It's like we obviously we're so isolatory. It's very inhuman. Regarding the birth rate issue, what if women could bring their babies to work even if it brings down production? Um, man, it's complicated because if you get into it, like you do start to run into arguments like, well, should women even be working that much? If you want child rearing to be a good option, like they do kind of have to choose between the career and having a kid. Like you can do the maternity leave thing, but there are kind of limits to that. And you can say like, well, what if the guy got paternity leave too? But like, there's still a bias there. It's just a biological bias. I don't know. I don't know. That's tough. I mean, obvious answer is like free daycare. Well, okay, we it's not just free daycare. It's destigmatized daycare. Because like in every neighborhood, you have like one or two daycares, right? But the daycare is just like the size of a building. Like 99.99% of the land in a neighborhood is for adults basically. And then like 0.01% of the land is for babies or whatever. But like daycare can go from like 0 to 4, 0 to 5. Well, I don't know. This is rain. I'm not a parent, you know. But like that's a significant portion of a human's lifespan. It seems weird that like the only daycares that exist basically are like somewhat accredited, like here's a woman who's using her house like as a daycare and she's got like a little sign out the front or something. I don't know. We should have more daycares. And they should be free and like really socially destigmatized, right? Like, oh, I left my kid at the daycare, then I picked them up. And it's not like, oh, so you're one of those moms. Like you're gonna go work and then you see your kid for only like 8 hours a day. That's how it was for all of human history, dude. Like, even when the mom was always at home, the kid would like go running around outside. The modern obsession with like every moment of a child's life has to be supervised by the parent. That's a modern thing. It's actually good for kids to be in daycare because you don't want that weird like homeschooling effect where kids are raised under helicopter parents and they never learn to socialize with people their own age until they get into school. Like the first time they interact with another person their age is at 6 years old. That's insane. That's actually insane. Can you like think about that for a second? Like can you like recognize how weird that is like as a species? You're born and like babies learn really quick and all of their social experiences are with their parents basically for so many years and then they're thrown into a room with like 20 other kids. What the hell? That's really fucked, right? That's pretty fucked. You're not wrong, but a lot of them didn't learn and died and that was normal. Yeah, but they'd be in daycare. I'm not suggesting they play in traffic. And yeah, like maybe some kids get hurt and die, but that already happened. Like, I mean, at that point, it's like, well, what if you wrapped your kid in like, um, bubble wrap 24/7, right? Like, well, daycare might be dangerous. Okay, yeah, but so's everything, right? I don't know. It seems like the stats I'm aware of seem to indicate that daycare is a net positive. So I don't know. And daycare would only get safer if it was more invested in. Everything is dangerous to a baby, dipshit. It came free with your fucking baby. That's true until somebody takes my idea and runs with it. The like when babies are goaded with the sauce from day one, like little chimpanzees, you know? Daycare is like 1,000 a month in some cities. My understanding is that 1,000 a month is actually on the relatively like low end in some places, which is again absolutely psychotic. Mine's 300 a week. Jesus. What do you think about daycares being 24/7 facilities where kids can stay for more than one day if needed? I mean, that makes sense to me. Wouldn't that just be like institutionally building out the idea that if the parents need to take a vacation or get some work trip done or something like that, that there's like a communally accessible place where the kids could be left? Like, yeah, baby hotel. I mean, that seems like we already entrust schools to do overnight classes with kids if they're doing like a group trip, right? Like if you have an eighth grader, the school can be like, yeah, we're gonna take them for 4 days to, we're gonna go. Like me, I went to Yosemite. You trust them for that? Good Lord, I would never trust such a thing. Yeah, me either. But that's probably because in our world today, a daycare is like a little business and you meet with the business and you're like, okay, sure, this seems fine. And then you leave your kid there for a bit. It's not like an integrated social practice because we would be okay with that with a school, right? So, and I think a lot of that is because we understand that schools are not just like a business, they're an institution. But that's a big cultural change, and I don't know. I'm just speculating. I don't really know. I feel like it could be a little bit more. I feel like there could be danger of childhood sexual abuse, though. I mean, yeah, but wouldn't having more eyes on it by normalizing daycare make that less of an issue? Also, like the biggest risk to a kid in terms of sexual abuse is from the family, so I don't know if that's necessarily. You underestimate how Hitlerite parents naturally are. No, I talk about it plenty. Trust me, I know. That's not a cultural change. A ton of countries have exactly what you're describing. Well, it'd be a cultural change over here in the States. Ever think about how playdates are a whole ordeal that needs to be scheduled in advance by the parents, Lamau? Yeah, that always seemed like really weird to me. I don't know. Aren't kids supposed to be like Ed and Eddie? Like they just go outside and there's kids in the neighborhood, but now it's like, well, everyone's house is now like a private fortress, basically, and everyone operates on vampire rules, and everyone's very secretive and protective. So, in order for children to interact, you need to like have a binding contract between the two groups of parents, and there needs to be a lot of like, I don't know, just seems weird. I mean, isn't that justifiable though, considering the fucked up people there are? Yeah, but that's like an argument for withdrawing from society. That's the conservative argument. You're doing the I'm afraid to use the MTA in New York City thing. Like, oh man, there's a lot of fucked up people, so we should divest from society and have everyone live in like isolated social bubbles. Take a drive everywhere. Yeah, but it's justified. I don't think it is, actually. And I certainly don't think there's any statistical evidence to suggest that the rate of child sexual abuse has gone down as a consequence of children playing outside with their local friends less. I mean, if there is, I don't know. Do you think the majority of people would be naturally inclined towards wanting to have children if complicating factors like the financial struggle were taken out of the equation? Nowadays, probably not, because people are less bored now. I think even if you remove financials from it, the problem is just people have a lot more going on. And a lot of like raising a child, honestly, sounds pretty fucking tedious. Like, oh, now, like, at minimum 6 hours of my day, every day, rolling forever, basically, until I'm an old man, has to be dedicated to supervising and attending to a kid. Like, yeesh, you know? You underestimate how much people love to be parents. I'm just pointing at the data, man. You can, oh, well, people love being parents. Okay, I'm pointing at the global decline of the fertility rate in every country, everywhere on Earth, in every, like, spending and income bracket. Like, I'm not saying that there aren't benefits to raising kids, right? Like, it's kind of the whole deal of being a species. I'm just pointing out the fact that a lot of people would rather be, like, free. Didn't fertility rise in Sweden and or Finland when having kids became less financially problematic? There was a little bump, but it doesn't correct the overall trend. Conservatives just want a projected toss-up seat in the long-range mountains. Is this the best site for me to be looking at? Because I don't think it is. It is? Okay, maybe I'm just distracted.
I think we're all getting messages like, "Oh, this is uncomfortably tight," and what could it mean? Especially in Ontario.
You all just linked the same site that I'm on.
So the breather that they were hoping to have is not there. The signs of a potential red sweep that they were hoping to see
that's right.
is not there.
No.
I think that, yes, Chantal is absolutely right. We don't actually have that many polls reporting. But from early indication, even this pickup in Newfoundland that the Liberals did not want to see, I think the other conversation we may end up having is the importance of incumbency.
Yes.
So many Liberals decided not to run again. What will that mean if that pattern translates?
Though it is the same, it's almost the same number. It's 109 to 107 for the Conservatives. So I don't know whether that, but yeah, you're right. It's something to keep in mind.
Maybe you're overestimating the problem with low fertility. It'll cause some economic harm, but it's not the end of the world. But I didn't say it's the end of the world. You're saying I said it's the end of the world. And it'll cause more than some economic harm. It refers to like a serious existential threat to the long-term stability of the population. But it's a long-term thing, and we have time to figure it out.
Incumbent, but the boundaries shifted a lot. It gave the Bloc a real advantage, and we see right now something of a star candidate for the Bloc, Alexis Deschênes, is in the lead. He's a former Radio-Canada reporter, also a lawyer, well-known in the area, and this is definitely going to be a riding we want to keep our eye on tonight.
Okay. Thank you for that. I think I'm going to go back to Rafi Boudjikanian in Montreal. What was the Bloc talking about?
Yeah, I just wouldn't call it an existential threat. It's literally an existential threat. Like, it's definitionally one. It's more of an existential threat than anything else could be, because it's literally about the continued existence of the species. Vosh, it's going to even out. Statements uttered without a mote of evidence. Also, it doesn't matter if it evens out. There will still be centuries of conflict and economic harm if the population drops off in an uncontrolled fashion. We're talking like centuries and centuries and centuries of being burdened by disproportionately old populations, of constant economic crises from people's inability to meet job expectations, of economic upheaval, supply chain disruptions. You want to have like a consistent, steady change in population. You want a healthy like curve, basically. Ah, fuck, that one looked funny. Dang. Nah, don't unban them.
Winning this riding, that would be an early sign of enthusiasm and Bowie supporters who have been hearing for this whole campaign that some seats held by the Bloc could be in danger. This would be a flip for them.
Okay. Rafi, thank you for that context. Very early results in that riding, of course, though, and the margin is small as well. But we'll come back to you, Rafi. Appreciate that. Canadians across the country are voting still right now at this hour, because polls are still open in large parts of the country. But many of them will be voting in new ridings in this election, and here's the reason why. When Parliament dissolved,
I
there were
have the Kurzgesagt video on my
338
watch
seats in
list.
the House of Commons. This election, Canadians will be electing 343 MPs. 5 more ridings are being added, one in Ontario.
The fact that the Maritimes provinces aren't fully red is a bad sign. They're the poorest provinces, and it should be, in theory, a layup. Could it be that Canada's voting demographics are emulating the ones from the 2024 presidential in America, which is to say poorer people voted for Trump on average, that the MAGA-flavored faux populism might be shifting higher income, high education people more towards the Liberals and low income, low education people more towards the Conservatives? Seriously though, how about artificial wombs? I think that's fine. That'd be totally fine. Genuinely, I don't fucking care, right? Like the important part to me, like I guess in a spiritual or moral sense about children being a part of the human species is raising the children. In terms of like that they need to be from a fleshy meat womb, I guess that's not really the important part to me. Though I can understand why people who want to have kids would mind, because they want it to be like their genetics, and there are a lot of complicated, well, it depends on, you know, whose genetics you're getting or whatever, but yeah, it's a thing. It's a thing. I don't know.
Change on PEI here. What you will see there, the Liberals up 11.2 percentage points, Conservatives up 5.8, but look at who is down.
No, the polls showed
the
Liberals
Greens.
with a substantial lead in the Maritime
Greens have been such a huge
provinces.
force in provincial politics
We'll see.
on PEI, but look, they're down 7.3 percentage points, NDP down 7.2 percentage points. That is a big deal, but good old PEI, they have already got a projected elect. So let's look at Cardigan, because this is a big deal. This is a huge lead. Kent McDonald is going.
Is Vosh getting more conservative as he ages? Are you making arguments for infinite growth for finite resources? What the hell? Why? I don't get it. I'll never understand it. Aren't there enough problems in your life day to day? Like, don't you have chores to do and like personal issues to resolve and friends that you need to contact because you haven't talked to them in 2 weeks and you're not really sure how they feel about you? Why add problems to your life by making up positions that I have? I don't understand. I put the effort into explicitly stating my positions, and it doesn't matter because people hear a whiff of them and they're like, oh, so what Vosh is saying is that there aren't enough white babies. And it's like, why even bother talking? My job is to talk. It doesn't seem to make a difference. Maybe I should just make up positions because you'll fucking falsify them anyway. You can't hit the broadside of a barn with your ascriptions. Who cares? Who knows where I'm using shadow jutsu on you now. You don't know what my positions are because even if I told you, you wouldn't know. Sorry.
In terms of the actual goals, the seats that parties are leading or elected in, well, nothing right now is changing in New Brunswick. Let's take a look at Madawaska-Restigouche. Last time we looked here, the Conservatives were in the lead. That's changed. And what happened is there was a huge swing in Madawaska-Restigouche, almost like 7 or 8 percentage points just in a matter of minutes. This is more of what we would expect in that riding. 3 times in a row, the Liberals have won there with Renee Arsenault and new candidate, but old story
like John
in terms
Oliver.
of a lead.
Not this one.
Miramichi Grand Lake, this one has been going back and forth, and right now a 52-vote lead.
Are they using the Half-Life 2 healing station sound? Oh shit, you're right. That was a stock sound.
Ago, but it's been going back and forth exactly as we expected.
Play it again.
Not that we could predict who would win, neither could the candidates when I talked to them, but they did predict it would be close, and indeed it is close at this point. There are 1, 2, 3, 4
come on. Play it
MPs
again.
projected, elected in New Brunswick, and no surprise that Dominic LeBlanc is one of them. Not only has he
Why
been
does Vosh all of a sudden think that replacement theory is true? I don't know if you're trolling. I don't know. I'll never know. I should assume it's trolling. I should assume it's a joke. If it's a matter of people being less bored, then artificial wombs won't solve the problem. It won't solve it. It'll be a little bit of a help. You know what I do think, though? You know what I do think? If childcare, like, was done at a massive, like, statewide, extremely subsidized level, like basically a significant portion of society's resources are dedicated towards these enormous, like, well socially integrated nurseries where children are raised like very, very young, and you became a parent when you took a kid at like 3 or 4, I bet you way more people would do that than be willing to have birth the natural way. Like, if you could get in at the ground level at like 3 to 4 or something, and that was socially normalized, not like adoption versus versus regular birth, but rather the default mode of getting a kid would be like the early childhood rearing is taken care of by that system, and then you get the kid. I think it would, more people would be willing to. That's a guess though. I'm not really sure. You missed the sound? Fuck. Genuinely Brave New World shit them out. Yeah, in Brave New World they also had television screens that you couldn't wrench your eyes from. Motherfucker. Watching a goddamn live streamer? This is just like Brave New World.
Down by 570. And here in St. John's East, where Joanne Thompson, the cabinet minister and the incumbent, as you see by that little star next to her name, she has a 1,360 vote
that fucks
lead
the kid up developmentally. I don't think that's
but look,
true at all.
Fewer than
I don't think that's
one-third
necessarily
of the polls
true
are
at all.
reporting. There's 60 of 197 polls. So that's the situation there. You've got a 4-3 split in Newfoundland and Labrador. You got a 21-11 split in Atlantic Canada, Rosie. The
first 3 years are literally the most important part of a child's development, lol. And? Okay. I don't understand what the implication is. Are you suggesting that, like, an extremely socially integrated system of collective child rearing would be less competent at raising children than the average retard parent? Have you met an average voter? Yeah, I don't know. Having talking to you guys, I don't know. I'm thinking like the average person maybe shouldn't be raising kids. Maybe we do need some kind of, like, that's an argument for homeschooling. You're wrong on this one. Well, if I was wrong, then would I have the ability to ban you for 24 hours for being vague with your criticism? Sorry, I forgot. The only way lefties will agree with a take is if you frame it in like a Paleolithic sense, because it reminds them of the fact that they're hearkening back to an era of pre-conservative nostalgia. It'd be like if in tribal societies, as soon as the baby was born, rather than them being raised by the productive young 20-somethings hunters and gatherers, they would instead be raised by like a social commune of older people who were too old to hunt and forage but could instead raise the children. And only when the children were old enough to come along on hunts to learn would they then go out and do like the day-to-days with their parents. Oh, there we go. Now it's based. Is that like Brave New World? Fuck you.
The scrutineers called it in so fast, they write it on the wall in marker, and that's how you know what's going on. So it is going slow. There is definitely some anxiety in the Liberal camp. There is some excitement in the Conservative camp because...
Don't babies need a definitive and accessible parental figure? Well, I don't know what that means. Are you suggesting that all, like, human history where many children were raised like communally by like grandmas and aunts and stuff, like that was bad, and the like you need... This sounds to me like the babies need a one-man, one-woman parent argument. Like we're just deferring obliquely to presumed biological imperative as opposed to... I don't know. Say Marx wrote about it, they didn't read it anyway. Fuck, that's true. Yeah, Marx wrote about this. I mean, Engels did. Any interest in looking at Western traditional indigenous child raising? Nah, because if I read that and I read out loud what they did, people would accuse me of being a white supremacist.
Cases, he has increased his share of the vote in that riding by 20 percentage points. Our provincial affairs reporter in New Brunswick is Jacques Poitras, and he is with Wayne Long in St. John.
Yeah, I'm going to write out this topic by reading a little bit of neo-Nazi propaganda. Sorry, I'm just going to like... I'm an alt-right grifter now. Here, hold on 1 second. Parenting from Western and traditional Indigenous perspectives. In Indigenous communities, the mother/caregiver was not the only contributor to a children's well-being. Rather, the entire community was involved with child rearing, and attachment would be with relatives and the tribe. Parenting was considered to be shared among Indigenous families and communities. So yeah, basically, like in this neo-Nazi script, in this manifesto that I have typed up, I, Vosh, am declaring a need to return with a V. Why are we doing this instead of the election? Because people in chat are annoying me. Yeah, no, this site is Canadian. So we're still covering the election. Christian values the mother as the sole caregiver for the children in the home where the father worked. The mother would also form the primary attachment to children. Woke lefties be like, it's not just the mother who forms a parental bond with a child. It's also just the father in a nuclear family. Or it can be two mothers or two fathers or two non-binary people. But like if it's like a communal thing, that's like bad or something. I haven't really questioned my axioms on that topic yet. Yeah, it's like the Sith. There always must be two. If you had womb, people would take you more serious. You don't know what I got.
Yeah, Catherine Pella.
The Wayne Long decision desk. Not ready to make that decision yet, but the CBC decision desk has made some more decisions in Nova Scotia. Got a few ridings projected elected to tell you about, and then also some interesting races to watch.
Yeah.
Halifax, there we go. The Liberal.
That was a noise.
Projected elected in that riding. And again, I would just draw your attention to the NDP number. The NDP in third when they, in the past, have been in second place in this riding. It's been a pretty healthy competition, so not a great sign for the NDP in this particular riding. We're going to look at a couple more projected elected. The incumbent, Darren Fisher, projected re-elected in Dartmouth-Cole Harbour. Let's move on to Sackville, Bedford, Preston, where Braden Clark
I looked
is
at YouTube chat and there's stuff I want to respond to, but I'm not going to.
And here is an interesting riding to watch. Central Nova, Sean Fraser and Bryson Jenkins have been
okay, but maybe
duking
mock
it
and
out
cringe
all night. And right
like
now,
Bosch did a few
the
weeks
former
back is
cabinet minister
counterproductive.
is in second place.
That wasn't a few weeks back. That was a few days back. The reason why you can't tell the difference is because your perception of time is wildly distorted because you don't take care of yourself. You don't eat right. You don't sleep right. You don't exercise. You don't do anything to regulate your biocircadian rhythm. And you're coming to me and you're projecting your mess of a life, your politics onto me. Oh, maybe you shouldn't have made fun of the anti-natalists. Then why are they all like you? I've never met an anti-natalist who had their shit together. I'll just say that.
Speech about how the fisheries were an important issue in this riding, which we talked about earlier at the top of the show. He was also talking about how now he's waiting to see how the rest of the results shake down in Nova Scotia. And as you and your colleagues were mentioning earlier, things are flipping back and forth in some Nova Scotia ridings. So the polls are coming in really fast, and we'll probably know some more just in the next few minutes here. But as it stands, it's not clear if and how many Conservatives from Nova Scotia might be heading back to Ottawa. Catherine.
Okay. The CBC's Taryn Grant in Acadianapolis. The Chris D'Entremont decision desk moves with much more certainty than the Wayne Long decision desk.
We have not called that one at this stage, but Wayne Long can relax.
I'm not really concerned about the NDP losing votes because obviously, like, Canada is becoming America in the sense that the conservative threat is MAGA, and it's a two-party system, right? Except for in Quebec. Like, it's strategic voting. Like, people are shifting over because they want, like, an enormous liberal bloc to overwhelm them. I'm not going to lie, and I apologize, by the way, if I'm speaking from ignorance here. The NDP has just not impressed me in the past decade or so. Like, I understand that the NDP is like nominally a left pressure on the Liberals. I just haven't, like, it seems like most of their dynamic has been them like beefing with Trudeau over like the way they'd handle certain issue. I know I'm simplifying it, but it doesn't seem like they've done much to meaningfully distinguish themselves or, yeah. The NDP's old leader was amazing. Yeah, I'm so there might be some historical baggage there, but from what I've seen, it genuinely just seems like they're not that relevant.
Canada, but in Ontario and British Columbia, how three-way splits might work, because the Progressives have
Bosch
been
having a midlife crisis with this breeder shit, Lamau. Why do I understand that, like, right now you're 22 years old and nothing matters and all perspectives that differ from yours can be explained by the psychiatric and personality deficiencies of others. It's a pretty simple problem, man. It's just mathematics. Go over to Korea or Japan and talk about how, like, oh man, talking about population rates, fertility rates decline. Okay. Nice topic, boomer. Who gives a shit? I'm on ketamine right now. You have no idea what you're talking about. You're a fool. Please, I want to watch the stream.
Story that we've been trying to talk about through the election, that if it's a two-party race and the NDP doesn't perform, and we'll see whether that continues, that becomes very difficult for us to know where that support's going to go and how that's going to shake down, because there are blue-orange races just as there are orange-red races.
But just to echo Althea's point about the difficulty in modeling this, we may emerge from tonight with both the Liberals and the Conservatives over 40% of the vote.
Yep.
You know the last time that happened?
Hit me.
1930.
Okay.
Okay, so this is...
None of us were alive then.
Exactly. So I hasten to add. So
I just looked at YouTube chat and somebody said
these things,
Vosh is wrong about ReZero, which gives me another topic to get angry about.
Even just polling, let alone modeling.
Yeah.
Which we may find are greater than we thought. I think it's also bedeviled by the fact that I think there was really two elections that went on in this thing. There was the election.
Do you support Bloc Québécois over NDP? The problem with Bloc Québécois is that I appreciate the fact that they're opposed to the Conservatives because they're essentially like Quebec nationalists who don't want Canada to become America light. At the same time, they really do have like horrendous political priorities. You know what I mean? Like the French Canadians seem to care more about their independence than they do the morality or effectiveness of any system. Like the only reason they have social democratic tendencies is because they're trying to emulate France. I'm pretty sure that if France started building death camps, Bloc Québécois would start building death camps too. Like I don't think they don't seem to have any moral impulse besides their own supremacy over others. I have no idea. It's insane. And also they should get rid of that law that requires politicians to speak in French. I think that's dumb. They should learn English. Fuck you.
The issue of the leader's favorability, right, as we're looking at the modeling here. And Pierre Poilievre never overcame that issue in terms of favorability and likability.
6 months ago, those Liberal numbers in Atlantic Canada would have looked miraculous.
Yes.
Really, all Canadian politicians have to speak French?
Which at this point stands over 50%. So clearly we're into a two-party battle, as we've seen from the beginning.
Yeah.
But it is breaking somewhat in the Liberals' favor.
Hold on. Any more information here? Okay. Hasn't been a big update yet. That's fine.
That it's much too early for that. But it's really interesting to see those numbers. They're really high. I mean, both main parties have increased their vote share significantly.
Yes.
And I do believe that this two-way battle, we will see more of it as we move west across the country. And
Ontario,
like my
Quebec coming in 1 minute.
1 minute for this kind of polarization between two parties.
Just to give people an idea of what we're talking about here, Liberals right now at just over 51%, Conservatives at just over 48%, and you have to go the NDP is at 4.5%. So that gives you a sense of that does reflect sort of what we saw in the polls. That this is a
31 minutes.
Race and that the
Never
other
mind.
parties are struggling to get support, and indeed the Bloc Québécois, the only other party on the board right now. But we will expect to see a lot more of that to change at 9:30 Eastern. Of course, 266 more polls close, and we will start to see the results of those coming in just a few moments' time. We are getting ready for another important moment, and that's because many more of you are joining us at this hour. It is Monday, April 28th.
This basically calls the election. Yeah, I understand that, like, the polls are about to close in the area where most people live, areas where most people live. We'll see. We'll see.
Canadians. It all comes down to this. I'm Rosemary Barton. It is election night, and this is Canada Votes. Tonight, a remarkable race.
Vosh is wrong on the femboy thigh-high versus fishnets debate. Leaving aside how stinky and like cum sock coated your comment is, I will say, and I hope everyone here agrees with me, can we all agree that fishnets are objectively hotter than leggings? Like, I'm not saying leggings are bad. I'm just saying fishnets are better. Okay, I'm glad. Mostly +2s. All right. I'll take it. Because fishnets like grab the fat of your thigh and make it, you know, it's like the whole, like it visually creates the effect of your thigh getting grabbed all over. Thigh highs do a little bit. Well, thigh highs are also more dressy. You can wear thigh highs in like a wider variety of outfits, whereas fishnets are pretty like goth / I'm gonna get my asshole blown out in the bathroom at the club coded, which is totally fine. It's just a different aesthetic.
A lot of results, but there are a lot more to come. In 30 minutes' time, we will get results from 266 more ridings, a huge amount of data. And
Are you aware your vision of Quebec is influenced by English-speaking media? Yeah, I don't really care. Also, like, XQC. Also, every other French Canadian I've ever interacted with, which is like XQC and that one Islove, you idiot. That guy? Whatever his name is. JF Gariepi, there we go. Yeah. So I've judged all French Canadians now. Good luck with that. That's 2 people? Yep.
Okay, we do want to show you one person who was re-elected handily tonight. That is Dominic LeBlanc, re-elected in the riding of Beausejour. As I said, handily for Dominic LeBlanc, of course, a cabinet minister under Mark Carney right now. And there he is tonight. Dominic LeBlanc, thanks for joining us. Congratulations on your re-election.
Hi, Rosemary. Thank you.
Yeah, good to see you. First of all, I want to ask you about where the Liberal Party is at coming out of Atlantic Canada here. Leading or elected, we've got you at 22, the Conservatives at 10. Those weren't quite the numbers that we understood that the Liberals wanted to see at this stage of the evening.
I think that's fair, but there are a lot of votes still to be counted. I've been looking at some of the results in some of the New Brunswick or Nova Scotia ridings, and there are still a lot of polls to be counted, and my experience tells me often the polls that are slow to come in are the ones where there was a very heavy turnout in some advanced polls or other big turnouts on Election Day today. Look, sure, I think that we should still be very confident in Mr. Carney's campaign, and I'm confident that there's going to be a Liberal government. It can be a majority government, but we'll see as we get into the heavy numbers in Ontario, Quebec, and provinces like British Columbia, I think, will also be very instructive.
Well, we've been talking a little bit about how the race has shaken out so far, and it does seem as though the one thing the polls were right about is this is a two-party race. The NDP rather, coming out of Atlantic Canada at just over 4%. How difficult is it then,
NDP's
Dominic
done,
LeBlanc,
man.
to kind of project where that might go across the country, given how the Liberals are performing and the Conservatives are performing?
So that's a question, Rosemary, that I've asked myself for the last number of days when we expected some of this.
Hold on, I want to take a look at the projections once more, if I may. So again, we're only dealing with, we don't need this anymore. We're only dealing with very, very, very preliminary information right now in terms of the polling that we have out. So what specifically are they worried about in terms of Liberal performance? Are we talking about here? No, there's like 5 people here. We're talking about this area right here, Newfoundland, okay? So what was this area pulled to? Hold on, wait, do I have the right area? I'm not really a Canadian expert. Dude, Canada's so fucking big. That's this, right? What did I just click on? Hello? Yeah, Atlantic Canada. So the vote projection here was very strongly Liberal. This would be the equivalent of Washington, D.C. going Democrats in a 55-45 split. Okay, that can't be true, because if that was the case, Mark Carney would be committing seppuku on live television right now. It definitely doesn't seem good. How comprehensive is the polling that we're looking at? Like, do we have all the numbers in? Okay, when they say 210 out of 253 polls reported, by poll, they don't mean polling like a polling questionnaire. They mean like voting booth, basically, like a polling location. So this is pretty locked in then, more or less, if like 80% of the polling locations are here. Well, that looks pretty bad. I mean, this is the long-range mountains over here, but it looks like proportionally it's kind of similar in both cases. Or in all these cases. The check marks in dark colors are official? Okay. And each one of these is a riding, correct? Each one of these is a seat. This is one seat right here. This is one seat right here. Okay, gotcha. And the reason these seats are so big is because these areas are relatively unpopulated. Okay. Compare it to the 2021 elections. Okay, all right, with your fancy goddamn maps. It looks like there were fewer ridings here than here. Or am I looking at the wrong area? I'm looking at the wrong area. Here we go. Okay, red. Okay, so it's going more conservative now than in 2021. Okay. Here is the desperate hopium. The desperate hopium is that we're seeing a similar demographic shift here that we did in the 2024 presidential in America, which is that it used to be, for decades, poorer and lower income people were more likely to vote Democrat. But in 2024, it flipped. Poorer and low education people, were more likely to vote Trump. I think the main reason for this is because you kind of have to be retarded to be a Republican. Just kind of spitballing that. And considering the fact that Pierre is offering essentially Canadian light version of, American conservatism, MAGA light, it's possible that we might be seeing a similar demographic shift. These areas are poor. So maybe we're dealing with like poor, rural, low information, low education voters shifting to the right because they are susceptible to that kind of le wokism MAGA rhetoric. Now, I might be wrong. It's possible these trends are going to apply more broadly, in which case that really sucks. That would be unfortunate. The gamblers seem to think Carney's more likely to win. Yeah, but we don't trust them. I mean, the polling data has favored the liberals. So going by the information available to us... Oh, hey, Adam. I hope you're doing well. We're all clutching our assholes over here.
And where they were hunting for the
I'm going to be here for a while. I need to take a piss.
Was in
1 second.
southwestern Ontario. Not so much these blue conservative seats, but the orange seat in Hamilton, the green seat in Kitchener, the orange in London, the orange in Windsor. This part of Canada is where the election story and the Trump story intersect at scale, because it is the home of the auto sector and the manufacturing sector. It is the most vulnerable part of the country to the trade threat presented by Donald Trump. So if the Liberals are below the 25 mark in Atlantic Canada, when all of these polls open, they need to be at 40 in Ontario, they need to be at 80 in Quebec, because they need to hit the Manitoba border at around 145. They think they can win a seat in northern Manitoba. There's going to be a fight in the Winnipeg area where you can see St. Boniface should be fine for them. But it's these two NDP seats where the Liberals have ambitions, where the NDP needs to hold in their quest for party status, and they think they can actually take some seats from the Conservatives in Winnipeg West and in Kildonan and St. Paul. They believe they have a shot in Saskatchewan up here. This is a Conservative seat in the House of Commons that was just dissolved, but with the redrawing of the boundaries and the overlaying of the vote from the last election, it projects to go Liberal. Just a projection. That would be where they hope to gain.
Also, I understand that this isn't really a scientific assessment on my part. I recognize that. But like, I have not seen Canadian conservatives online. I know they exist. I know this is biased on my part. I just haven't seen them. Like, American MAGA is everywhere. You see them all the time. But all of the momentum has been shifting in favor of Mark Carney for months now. They're all in Florida on vacation? Yeah, probably. They're all pretending to be American?
is returning to Ottawa, and the CBC's Carolyn Stokes is standing by at Joanne Thompson's headquarters. Carolyn, take it away.
Hi, David. Yes, I'm hearing that CBC is projecting that Joanne Thompson has held onto her seat, but actually not.
Yeah, men's wear fishnets, big W. I'd wear fishnets to the club. I want a leather jacket. If I could have like a leather, maybe not fishnets on my legs, but like a mesh fishnet like shirt and a leather jacket and like some shorts, or maybe some like really ostentatious jeans with a bunch of dangly metal bits. I feel like that'd be pretty dope. I'm not sure.
Holding on to the seat, heading back to Ottawa, and with not as many Liberal colleagues from this province as before because of the loss in Long Range Mountains, and Clifford Small holding on to his seat. So, yeah, this is the situation here in St. John's East. A lot of happy people, David.
All right, Carolyn, thank you very much.
As Vosh mentioned, what's happening in Spain and Portugal? Yeah, didn't they have like a massive power outage, like a slight shift in the hertz of the line? Fucking bricked a bunch of their infrastructure. It's apparently pretty bad. We're only pulling away from this for like a minute, but yeah, it's apparently.
Portugal. Traffic lights are out, businesses are in the dark, public transportation at a standstill, while crews race to fix the issue that is now impacting a large area all the way from Lisbon to Madrid. NBC.
It's like the whole grid. Like it's not just like an area or like a wire went down or something. It's like the entire. It's like the whole electrical grid just blew up. Definitely not a Russian attack. Why would Russia attack Spain and Portugal? What even goes on down there? They'll just have their cappuccinos in the dark, man. Half of Spain has power again, full service expect tomorrow. A nationwide blackout is pretty serious stuff. Is this like a poor infrastructure problem? Spain and Portugal aren't that wealthy. Do they just have like not as many redundancies with their power grids, kind of? Is it like a Texas situation where, you know, due to bad decision making and poor investment, the grid was more susceptible? Experts haven't figured it out? Okay. We'll find out eventually. I heard it's too much renewables. I have not heard that. I'd be suspicious of any immediately like political narrative, you know, like, oh, it's all the dang windmills or something. I'd be suspicious of that. Well, it's pretty scary, you know, it's pretty scary.
Has been solved. And if you are wondering what's happening in your riding and the polling has closed for you, you can also find that on our website, cbc.ca/results. In case we have not mentioned your riding or you're just tuning in, that's a good place to go to find it. Catherine, you've got a lot coming up as well.
Yeah, that's right. I'm going to be looking at results in Alberta and Quebec tonight. Rosie, why don't we start in the West with a sample of what we might see? Edmonton Centre. Now, this was...
It might be similar to like the Great Northeast Blackout. Isn't it fucked up that electricity is a real physical thing, and when you use electricity in your home, it was produced by a power plant like a millisecond ago, and they're constantly funneling the power in so people can use it, and if they put too much or too little in, even by a little bit, everything breaks immediately, so they have to constantly adjust their production output, and then you have to like change the and electricity is physical. There's a limit to how many electrons can be. Like it doesn't get like stored, basically. Like it's being used right then, right there, immediately. So it's I don't know. It's crazy. It's like bartering magic from a god. It really is, man. It really is. It's fucking crazy. In the UK, there were people monitoring the power demand during ads of popular TV shows because the entire country would turn on their electric kettles. Is that from a Tom Scott video? I feel like I remember that. Either way, yeah, that's pretty crazy, right? Like, oh, fuck, The ad breaks come on, hit the big lever that burns more coal. Like, but it's not a joke. That's literally what they did. Isn't that fucking wild? The ad's gone on, so everyone's going to use their electric kettles. Fuck! The ad break ran 2 minutes early! It's tea time! Shoveling more coal into the furnaces. Like sweating. A guy dies, he falls off the catwalk and lands into the furnace. His screams. It's a serious job.
He holds anyone who
Keep going!
is elected accountable at Parliament when it resumes. Catherine?
Thank you very much for that. The CBC's Kwabena Odor and Rosemont Lapetite-Patrie. And Rosie, you know, if the NDP is going to maintain official party status tonight, that is one of the seats that they would expect and hope to hold on.
Yeah, and you need 12 seats for that, and that is important.
I think there's something a little bit like materially valuable about recognizing the insane amount of thought and labor that goes into everything. I think there's a reason why the tech bro who knows very little but thinks he could easily solve every problem in the world that he hasn't given any thought to is such a common archetype. And it's because there's a proportional relationship between sociopathy and how little you think other people have put thought into stuff, you know? Like, oh yeah, no, all the experts in this field just didn't really like think about it. Why don't they just do X? Like, fuck, man. Yeah, they think everyone else is an NPC. Yeah.
Impact does it have on seat change? None at all. Like all the parties that won last time are either elected in those same ridings or on their way. In BC, if the NDP vote collapses in the same way, it likely will have...
You know what's a really common example of that I see all the time? People making fun of mud huts in poorer areas. Like, we'll just say broadly Africa, because I'm racist and don't have a more specific country to point to. Like, the Japanese have paper homes, but no one's like, bro, they literally live in paper. And Americans live in cardboard. Like, drywall is we're basically living in cardboard. Cardboard with like foam and the occasional wooden board. And then people are like, dude, mud huts. And then you look it up and it's like, well, wait a second. That's literally like the smartest thing they could make. It's like super efficient for the weather. Yeah, it insulates. They do their jobs like incredibly well. If you built an American style craftsman house out in the middle of the Sahara or whatever, not the Sahara, I guess, like Central Africa, that house would suck to live in. It would suck to live in. You know? I'm just reminded of this because there were a bunch of racists who were freaking out because there was a Twitter post about a school principal who was smearing like cow dung on the inside of the walls of a school during like the AC didn't work or I don't think there ever was any AC. It was like it's like a poor school, obviously, hence the poop smearing. And people were like, damn, that's crazy. That's Africa for you. They love poop or something. And then it's like, there's probably a reason why she's doing that. It's like insulatory. It works, right? Like, what's the alternative? You just like cook to death? You know? I don't know. It's just a good material for patching. White supremacists, when they learn that the classic Tudor-style English homes, the ones that are defined by like the big dark brown timber frames filled in with the white stucco in between, historically were filled in with like twigs, dirt, and horse shit. That's literally true, by the way. This style of house right here, characterized by like the big beams, and then you have the white filling in between. That was how they did it. They had the beams, and then they filled the insulation on the inside was like, poop. They just stuff whatever they can in there, like dirt, poop, you know, hair, twigs, or whatever. But no one's ever like, oh man, British people, they sure love living in shit houses or whatever. And you know what? I bet in Africa, they probably wouldn't use poop if they had access to the resources that we do, but they don't. So they're doing what we did, which was use poop. And 1,000 years from now, when all white people are gone, because the ozone layer will be gone, and all white people will have burned to death, and only the melanated will survive, they'll probably be using not poop as well. They'll use cardboard, just like we do now. Sorry.
Thank you for speaking to us from Vancouver. Wanted to make sure we talked about that because I know a lot of people in British Columbia with heavy hearts again still today. Thank you so much. The leaders certainly responded to that on the last day of campaigning. We will see if it gets mentioned again at all tonight, obviously.
Why the big focus in the Canadian election? For one, they're my neighbor. Also, I live like 10 miles from them. For two, it's a big country and an ally of ours that, well, former ally, that we've been galvanizing, you know, we've been negatively polarizing significantly. My main interest here is to what extent has Trump's belligerency against the rest of the world and our former allies turned the rest of the world against us. Trust me, much in the same way that a good friend will tell you when to knock it the fuck off, a good ally to the United States right now, in the form of Canada, would be like, we hate America now. We are going to fulfill our civic responsibility to America as an ally and friend by electing Mark Carney, who will then wage jihad against America. That's what a good friend would do, and that's what I want from them. We don't want them to enable us.
The doors are about to open here at the Liberal headquarters.
8
and
minutes.
We're expecting supporters and volunteers to start filling this room. The stage has been set for leader Mark Carney to appear here later tonight. On the first week of the campaign, we were at a rally when he said that he was seeking a majority government.
Yeah,
then his language changed, and he talked about in the final week here that he wants a strong mandate. I'm getting texts from sources saying, with the campaign, saying that so far so good based on what they're seeing from the results. One person said that the theme of this campaign has been pragmatic, that they want to over-campaign, they want to be overly cautious and overperform tonight. And they've been targeting, Mr. Carney's been targeting, going on the offensive in places like Atlantic Canada, targeting ridings that were held by the Conservatives. And the theme of his campaign really has been trying to remind Canadians and hammer home his message about what's at stake this election. And for him, that's Donald Trump and his threats to Canada's sovereignty.
Very fortunate Vosh misconception about the ozone layer going away. We basically fixed the ozone hole problem with the Montreal Protocol. Very fortunate misconception from Vladimir in chat about what I know and don't know. You probably heard about us fixing the ozone hole from me and forgot that you heard it from me. I've mentioned it like a dozen times. I was just coming up with like a random segue to talk about how Africans in the future will use different technology to insulate their houses and how in this hypothetical they would be the ones to focus on, not us. It was more of a comedic device than it was a commentary on the state of the world, but that's okay. I should have added a /s.
Optimism at this headquarters, Rosie. It is open. There are people here. There are a couple hundred people here watching the results as they roll in. And of course, Atlantic Canada is a difficult region for the Conservatives, but what they're seeing on the board is making them extremely happy. I was going out and looking around talking to people, and they were scrolling their phones saying, why are we ahead in this riding, or why are we ahead in that riding? And of course, as you've been saying, these are early returns, but a lot to be excited about if you're the Conservatives, because they're then saying, well, if they're outperforming the polls in Atlantic Canada, then what's going to happen when they hit Ontario with all of those seats in Ontario?
Hey,
and in
Pixie
fact,
Locks.
just a few minutes ago, one of the leaders of this campaign came by and gave me just a big 2 thumbs up. They're very excited about what they're seeing in Atlantic Canada.
Why are the Liberals red? Dude, red should be the left color and blue should be the right color. For one, red, communism, obviously, right? For two, blue is literally the more conservative color. Think about dress, right? Blue, that's like a conservative color that goes alongside black and like dark brown tones. Red, that's ostentatious. Red's like a firebrand, you know? It's progressive. Red is explosive, energy. Red should be the left-leaning color. It's just in America we fucked it up.
Way through to the Rockies and a couple of territories. If you are in line, if you are waiting to vote,
blue is
stay
cops.
in line, because even after the polls close, you have the right to cast your ballot. If you're watching this on your phone and wondering where things are at, your vote will matter in this election, that's for sure. So stay where you are and make sure it gets counted. Catherine Cullen has a result.
Yeah, well, we've got a few interesting stories coming out of Nova Scotia. A little bit of drama to start with. First couple of races here. Central Nova, Sean Fraser continuing to be in second place. You can see about a 400 vote difference. So this one is certainly one we're going to keep following through the night. You want to talk, though, about dramatic races. What is happening at South Shore St. Margaret's here right now? The Liberal challenger in the lead, but an even smaller margin, 300.
Oh, fuck. Hold on. I wanted to copy and paste this so I could refer to it while we watch the stream.
Candidates and the teams watching this race closely over
So
the
that
course
was,
of
I'm
the
trying to
night.
look at these districts, what we expected.
What has been happening. And you can see sort of that big bump at the beginning, but just look at how close those lines are, Rosemary. So this is definitely going to be one that we're going to have to follow closely. And we're going to take a little jaunt back to Halifax as well. Where we
what
have
were the two ridings? What were they called?
Elected, and then where the CBC's Tom
Halifax
Murphy finds himself tonight is in the lovely riding of Halifax. Hey there, Tom.
Halifax was projected Liberal safe, but it seems like she's only winning by a little bit. What's the other one? Central Nova. Central Nova was projected. Central Nova. LPC likely.
NDP camp were. A lot of people wondering where that NDP vote would go.
She's winning by double? I'm sorry, wait, am I actually stupid? I thought I saw her winning by a 500. Halifax is winning by over 50%. So I'm just like brain dead. Like you're saying this is it for me in my career, basically. Like I looked at that and I saw a 500 vote difference and I'm just wrong. Can I see it again? I already unsubbed. Fuck. Fuck. Where's Halifax? Where's Halifax? Motherfucker. Where is it? Where is it? Where's Halifax? Where? Ah! Where? Ah! Yeah, that's not 500. Well, it's been a fun 5.5 years. I guess I'll just play out the video.
From bar to bar in the riding of Halifax. Rosemary, not a politician, coming from a Liberal. That sounds a bit familiar.
Yeah, it does sound very familiar. Okay.
2 minutes.
As we get ready for this next large amount of votes coming in and polls closing, did want to show you where we are as we leave Atlantic Canada. This is the vote change in Atlantic Canada. You can see there the Liberals
okay,
up 8.6,
that's better. That's better than it was.
Up 9, more than 9%. The story, though, coming out of Atlantic Canada is really about that NDP number, down 12 percentage points, and that tells you that they are not performing well in Atlantic Canada, and this really is confirming what we knew about this race.
The projected numbers for Atlantic Canada were LPC 54, CPC 36. So unfortunately, in this district or in this area, in this province, Liberals are underperforming by 2, Conservatives are overperforming by 6. But, you know,
as we've said, this is early times. Now, what we're going to see now is a whole lot more
region,
data
not
coming
province,
in. I'm going to
region,
just go quickly,
region.
just like 30 seconds to you, David.
I just want to show you one interesting thing where the NDP vote is going a way that common wisdom would suggest it wouldn't. This is way down by about 4 percentage points. By the numbers, it's all gone to Jonathan Rowe, the Conservative, as has the People's Party vote. In this riding, the Bull Arm Fabrication Yard that built the Hibernia
strategically
project, there's an oil
vote, not
refinery
again.
there. So it's trades people and the traditional offshore industrial base. So the NDP collapse is more that blue-orange thing rather than the orange-red. So that's how it's playing out, at least right now.
That's what Jason Kenney was warning us about.
For
28 seconds.
Okay, good.
Look behind my camera.
Good thing to keep in mind as we get ready to bring you a whole lot more information. This is where the bulk of your votes are going to be counted now. Almost 9:30 Eastern.
Oh boy.
Polls are going to close between Quebec all the way to the Rocky Mountains and 2 territories. This is when your say will start to determine who is going to form government. As we come out of Atlantic Canada, you can see where the results are at the bottom of your screen. Polls now closed in much of the country. Polls have now closed in most of Canada, and that means we're about to get the biggest waves of results we'll get tonight. From Quebec, Ontario, Manitoba, Saskatchewan, Alberta, the Northwest Territories, and Nunavut. 266 more seats will be added to the count. Many of these are key battlegrounds of this election, ridings you need to win to form government. Okay, so that is what is to come. Let's look at where we are right now. Coming out of Atlantic Canada, the Liberals leading and elected in 22. The Conservatives with 10, and the Bloc there,
Red wave,
we're not
red
going
wave,
to talk
red
too
wave.
much about it. We believe some early results were put in for one riding in Quebec, but there is one riding where the Bloc is leading, and that's in Gaspésie-Île-la-Madeleine. But you can see there, this is not exactly the way the Liberals wanted the evening to start. It's an encouraging sign for the Conservatives, but remember, it was just 3 months ago that the Liberals thought that they were kind of hopeless, not only in forming government, but certainly in losing a lot of seats in Atlantic Canada. So that is part of the story as well, the recovery of the Liberals that we've seen after Mark Carney took over. Ian Hannamansik.
There are 2 ridings in New Brunswick right now where our decision desk is not in a position where it can project a win, and one of them is Miramichi-Grand Lake. We told you at the beginning of the evening that this could be close. It is the one
This
riding
NDP guy
that
looks
4
awfully
years ago
goofy, I have
flipped
to
in
say.
that case from the Liberals to the Conservatives.
I
The
respect
lead
it.
has gone back and forth, and as you can see, just 472 is the lead for Mike Dawson over Lisa Harris. And the other one I want to show you, which is still in play, is Madawaska-Restigouche, still a lead here for the Liberals, but the last, one of the interesting things when you look at the numbers here for Madawaska-Restigouche is that the Liberal candidate, who's not the incumbent, is performing at about the same level that René Arsenault did the last 3 times.
Guys,
it
I'm
is the
stressed.
Conservative vote that has really surged compared
I can't
to last
do this
time.
again,
And so,
guys.
relatively close, closer, I think, Rosemary, than a lot of people expected. So these are the 2 ridings in New Brunswick, which are still, at this point in the evening, in play.
Okay, thank you for that. Ian, polls now closed in an additional 266 ridings, meaning that we are going to get a lot of information very quickly about where Canadians are at. Want to bring in at issue, if I can, just for a moment, to get a sense, Chantal, of what you're going to watch for now, as so many more polls have now closed.
Well, obviously, what happens to the Bloc Québécois vote, whether it's going to be down, as was predicted, or whether the Bloc will hold its ground. The only riding that we actually have numbers for, Gaspésie-les-Îles-de-la-Madeleine, and I'm not even sure that we're getting the entire numbers, because a section of the riding is actually on the same time zone, in the same time zone as the rest of Quebec.
I see.
So, but this riding, which we will get a result, a more definitive result early, is significant. It's actually 2 ridings because of redistribution, a former Bloc riding and a Liberal-held riding. So someone is going to lose a seat here. And if the Bloc keeps the seat, as opposed to the Liberals, it may be that they'll have a better night than they would have otherwise. But the big area to watch, obviously, for the Liberals is in and around Montreal. And that is also true of the Bloc, with some battles in Quebec City, mostly against Conservatives.
Okay, I'm going to come back to you, Andrew, in just a minute. But Ian's got some results because you can see the numbers on your screen moving there.
Yeah, counting super quickly in Battleford's Lloydminster Meadow Lake in Saskatchewan. We already have a few of the votes counted, and there are a couple of things that are notable about the results to this point. First of all,
this
is a riding where you'd expect Rosemary Falk to win.
Yeah, it's fine. It's
already,
fine.
And her vote share in 2019 was 78%.
You expect this to
in
go
2021
to Conservatives.
69%, and it's even greater at this point. It's in the 80% range. And one of the reasons for that may be that Meadow Lake, Saskatchewan, is now part of this riding. A lot of Conservative supporters there. And I mentioned Meadow Lake because it used to be part of the Desnethé-Missinippi-Churchill River riding. The fact that it's now moved in redistribution, Rosemary, is good news potentially for the Liberals. It makes that more likely a place where the Liberals could pick up. And the Liberals have not won a seat in Saskatchewan since 2015.
Yeah, we're not looking to win Saskatchewan, okay?
Saskatchewan ridings in 2019 and 2021.
Okay, Catherine Cullen, I believe, has some early results.
We've got some early results coming in from Quebec. Let's start with a new riding, Les Pays d'en Haut, where you can see, Rosemary, this is an area...
41 votes?
Only 2 polls reporting. But based on redistribution, this
That's
is an area
nothing.
we'd expect to go Bloc. But the Liberals have a candidate, a
There's
local
5
mayor in the riding, who is going to have a little bit of name recognition. Let's move on to Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord.
There's like no
this
polls
is a Bloc
here.
Conservative fight. So interesting to see the Liberals in the middle of that mix.
One of
But again,
211
only one
polls
poll
reporting.
We will move on to Terrebonne, where the Bloc incumbent,
this information is not
Nathalie
helpful at all.
is in the lead.
24-hour
And
news
another
cycle
really
brain
exciting
rot.
riding to watch in this province. A 3-way race in 3 rivers.
Yeah, we win! Stop the count!
Now, the Liberal candidate in this case was actually something of a parachuted-in candidate from the Outaouais, Yves Levesque, former mayor in the area, and René Villemure, the Bloc candidate who is the incumbent here, actually had to have surgery for cancer in the middle of the race. It is a riding that we've seen a lot of the leaders visit. Very dynamic. It's going to be interesting to see what happens there tonight.
Yeah, I was talking to our colleague Louis Blouin today.
No, it's
who
a tie?
says that none of the parties knew what was
Red
going to happen
wins because
here.
it's the bigger.
And to be fair, it is a riding that I have
bigger
visited
icon.
several times covering federal elections. Always a little bit hard to read. Andrew, what are you watching for now as more polls are reporting? What are the things that you're going to keep an eye on?
Well, there's been two things happening. We've been focusing on how the race has been tightening between the Conservatives and the Liberals.
Right.
There's also been a bit of a bump up in the Bloc support in Quebec in the last couple of weeks of the campaign. And why that's important, you know, in a first past the post system, everything's on such a knife edge. Small little differences in the popular vote can lead to major changes in the seats. What was really working for the Liberals when they were projecting 45 seats in Quebec was the Bloc and the Conservative vote was almost perfectly equally divided. And that's an ideal thing for a front runner. If the Bloc starts getting ahead of the Conservatives, then that, you know, a lot of seats can move on that. Similarly, in Ontario, you know, it's easy to, we often say the national numbers don't mean that much, it's regional. Well, the race had been tightening in Ontario as well. And Ontario votes, the seats have traditionally been so closely fought that a relatively small tightening in the popular vote, again, can mean quite a few swings in seats. So we'll have to see how much of that tightening was real and how much of it turns out on not to have been.
Okay, great. Althea, I'm going to come back to you, but first I want to get to Adrian, who's got some results.
Yeah, absolutely, Rosie. Thank you. What everyone is looking for in a province like Ontario is a flip. And in some very early results, we're starting to see one. Let's begin with Algonquin, Renfrew, Pembroke. Now, one poll of 262, a lead of only 5. But keep in mind, Cheryl Gallant has held on to Algonquin. The Conservative Party has held on to this riding since 2000. Cheryl Gallant,
24-hour news.
long-time MP there. Just a lead of 5, but everyone immediately always looks for flips. You're not seeing a lot, though, in the early results. Let's look at Haldimand, Norfolk, Leslyn Lewis there. That's a sizable lead already, 737, with only 5 of 266 polls reporting, counting very fast there. One more to look at, if we can. David McGinty, one poll, but already a lead of 1,000 over the Conservative. That is...
Not surprising.
No,
for
I was
David
about to say it's been a Liberal riding since 1988. So,
and he got in cabinet for the very first time. This
Flips are what matter. Yeah, but we can't even tell if there's a flip when you're looking off one poll. Like if you're looking at 200 people over 100 people, like it's not even indicative. You know, the seat counts that you're seeing right here are from largely from Atlantic.
So not so much because of the
yeah, same one poll reporting are from Atlantic Canada. Where the map is beginning to fill in a little more. 37, 24, 9 so far. But a lot of these are preemptive as well. Like there are 9 Bloc Québécois seats, but they're doing that based on like projections because there's not a single Quebec-y riding that has had even close to half the polls counted. So a lot of this is just projection, you know?
This is probably an indication of how Riding Mountain will go, Rosemary.
Okay, thank you for that, Ian. Let's just take a look and take a pause for a moment in terms of where we are tonight. As we've said, most of the polls in this country have now closed. British Columbia, of course, and Yukon still to come. But as we see those results start to come in, take a look at where they're at. Liberals leading or elected in 37, Conservatives 26, and the Bloc at 9. Nothing yet for, oh, look, the NDP's just popped up, of course, as I said.
Yay!
Leading in
Not
1.
totally
if you want to
dead.
see who has been confirmed elected, you should head to our website or have it open as you're listening to us. cbc.ca/results is where you can find that. A lot of people...
Right now, while we're just looking at like preliminary results, basically, the most useful information, I think, is just from the overall vote. And right now, the total votes that have been counted, Liberals 420,000, Conservatives 326. So right now, Liberals have an 11.5 point lead, though that's going to shift a lot because different areas of the country have different like voting demographics, basically. Alberta's really conservative, Saskatchewan's really conservative, but also nobody lives there. Quebec is mostly Liberal leaning if you ignore Bloc Québécois. Vancouver's communist. BC is mixed, but like slightly liberal leaning.
You said it.
But I still find the results out east really interesting.
Yeah.
The fact that Sean Fraser is struggling to hold on to his riding. This is a seat that Pierre Poilievre actually visited just last week and had a big rally with Elmer MacKay and Peter MacKay.
Okay, maybe I'm dumb, so these are just seats for Congress. What about PM? This is a parliamentary system. So it is the party that has the most members of parliament then selects from amongst their own who will be the prime minister. Which for the Liberals would be Mark Carney.
Made a difference. At the same time, you're seeing South Shore St. Margaret's, which is traditionally a very conservative seat, possibly flipping Liberal, which is also quite interesting. And it's like there's bad news for both parties because the Cape Breton Canso Antigonish seat, there with the candidate that was running, the Conservative candidate, is the former provincial finance minister. And that is the kind of riding the Conservatives needed to win if they were to form government. So there's not a ton of great news, frankly, for both parties, and the Liberals are underperforming their own, but so, frankly, are the Conservatives.
Okay, sure.
Yeah.
We'll
okay,
see.
and obviously you can see the numbers, they're moving on your screen, fast and furious. They're going to go up and down because we don't have actually that many people projected elected at this stage. It's really just leading and a few.
Yeah, to know just how little has actually been determined on the CBC website right now, in terms of confirmed seats, I believe there are only like 6 that are finished counting. There are 26 in total where the election has been determined. Only 26.
There were some polls going into this week indicating that things were narrowing quite a bit in Ontario. I think the last Abacus poll had 44-42. Let me tell you, if Conservatives get a significant turnout advantage on that kind of number, you could see very significant close races all through what I referred to earlier as the GTA Metro Belt, that 905
what is this?
swath
so
of
far from the block
constituencies that have a tendency to vote monolithic. But if you get, if the NDP,
the swing meter. What is this? What is this measuring?
In Quebec, and I think that's an interesting thing. The swing meter is telling us that the Conservatives now are having a little more difficulty on their way to form government. The Liberals getting a bit of a pickup now, perhaps on their way to try and...
Okay, this I find a little bit more informative than what they're doing over at the CBC, because in this case, they're showing like where these votes are being gained. Wait, we might go with this.
Against the BQ.
So are you doing the job we asked you to do? So
That's
excellent.
Right. I like this because it says things that I like hearing. Thana, you got it.
And now, right now, it's swinging in favor of the Liberals.
It is a little bit.
Moment.
Early, because now all those votes, like, you know, those numbers, 44-37, still not a bad showing.
You can see that in the CBC as well. You're just not reading right. Well, they're not showing it in the live cast that I'm watching, so I want to watch this because they're accounting for it in the live cast.
Change a lot just in the next half hour.
Yeah, and curious that we're watching some very tight races we know are shaping up, have shaped up in Atlantic Canada, but we're expecting some very tight races in BC too, where the polls have not even closed yet.
No, so it's like 0-0 out there, so it's really tight.
Yeah, so you have to keep watching. All right, let's go to Carolyn Jarvis, who is in Toronto in the riding of Toronto-St. Paul's. Carolyn, this is a longtime Liberal stronghold that the Liberals lost in a by-election.
Yeah, and this is one of those tight races that you just mentioned, Donna, that we will be needing to watch tonight. I know it looks empty behind me right now, but the appetizers and the beer have just started to flow in this cafe in the heart of Toronto, St. Paul's riding. This is the Conservative watch party where they're hoping there will be a reason to celebrate tonight with what they hope will be the re-election of Don Stewart. That is yet to be seen because numbers are not in yet. But if you look at this riding, this is really where the story of this election began, at a by-election that was called and held in June of last year, some 10 months ago, when Carolyn Bennett, as you mentioned, resigned. In a shocking turn of events, Don Stewart took this riding for the first time to the Tories in 30 years. It was an upset that nobody saw coming, and it sent a loud message to Liberals who held seats across the country and all the way to Parliament Hill, saying if this riding is not safe, what other ridings across the country may be up for grabs? It was widely seen as a referendum on Trudeau's leadership, and what followed was months of Liberal rebellion and ultimately ultimately his resignation on January 6th. But tonight, with Trudeau no longer at the helm of this party, and CARNEY, as we've seen in recent weeks, ahead in the polls, the question for voters here today was, will they come back, if they were traditional Liberals, will they come back to the fold, or will they re-elect the Conservative? The wild cards in this riding are somewhat unique and not unique. Trump is one of the #1 issues here, as we've been hearing right across the country, but also is the war in Gaza, the ongoing war between Israel and Gaza. And that's particular to this riding because 10% of the electorate here are Jewish, and many of them feel more heard by the Conservative camp, and so they're moving to the right on this issue.
Great.
It is such a tight race, and in recent days we've seen star candidates from other Greater Toronto Area ridings be parachuted in by both parties, trying to shore up support. People just behind me here moments ago said, oh my God, I'm starting to get nervous. The results are coming in. We're waiting to see, certainly at this cafe, whether it will be a cause for celebration tonight. Donna.
Okay, Carolyn Jarvis in the riding of Toronto St. Paul's. Another close race to keep an eye on. And Eric, we're going to look at some ridings in Quebec where it's looking very close as well tonight.
All right.
Chicoutimi Le Fjord.
Okay, let me look at like...
Wow. This is Marc Saint-Hilaire over Stéphane Proulx. And at the moment is pretty close because it's a lead of 11, but it's only the first poll reporting.
It's one poll reporting. Yeah, it's very early in that.
Can't get too excited yet.
Yeah.
I was about to. But,
Can we get some ridings that have been more counted, please?
And this is Gaspésie, Île-de-Madeleine, Listagouche.
100 reporting.
Yeah, this would be a real letdown, I think, for the Liberals because if they're going to do some pickups against the Bloc Québécois, you would think that this would be a riding they wouldn't give up. Should point out, though, that when they did the redistribution of the voting, when the boundary lines changed a little bit, Diane Leboutillier,
this seat was projected to go to Liberals.
On those votes being transposed, would have lost this riding in 2021. So she does have some votes to have to make up, and in the moment, that might be the gap.
Just a hair behind right now, and another Liberal, a little bit in the lead here. This is early reporting.
This one's Liberal Party likely.
Yeah, Natalie Provost
one
over
poll
Patrick
reporting.
O'Hara. Close race, one poll. Don't want to jump.
And this is Jeanette Petitpas-Taylor. We projected that she will win her riding, Moncton-Dieppe. She's been ahead all along. It wasn't one of the...
She with Treasury Board, I think, was her most recent
I think that was the
capacity.
Most recent. They changed so much now. David Aiken is nodding, so yes.
But she's been in cabinet for a number of years now.
Seniors
and,
minister?
I can't find it in the list.
She's been in and out. She was health minister, and then Trudeau dropped her as health minister, brought in as Veterans Affairs minister, and but yes, now Treasury Board.
Yeah, well, I knew you'd know. There you go.
Good guess.
You don't even have to look it up online. You just go into David's.
It's like hockey cards as a kid. Got him, trade him, got him.
Okay,
but we do. We stand around waiting for people to talk. Do we do that? Hey, listen, you want to talk about the GTA?
Yes.
GTA? GTA, anybody? Yes, of course. The Greater Toronto Area. That's what's on the map. Colors are just coming in right now. And, of course, this area is crucial because in the last in the last three, the Conservatives have failed to break through in the GTA. And if the Conservatives have any hope of forming a government tonight, they absolutely must take some seats in Brampton and Mississauga, in Burlington, in Oakville, maybe all the way around Ajax, Pickering. So far, not a lot. One tiny little bit of breakthrough. I'll point out this, York Centre. This is the former mental health minister, Yara Sachs. There's a big Russian population in York Centre, Jewish population. Yara's actually Israeli-born. She's one of the only, as far as I know, only Israeli-born member of parliament. She's behind Roman Baber. That sounds like a familiar name. It is, because he ran against Pierre Poilievre for the leadership. Finished well back, but stayed in the race, and now he's hoping to take York Centre. Right now, Roman Baber up by 181 votes very early, one poll in York Centre. But at least it's some blue in Toronto. And, of course, the Conservatives will want anything they can get there. We also have a potential pickup. Again, it's very early, one poll in. Markham Stouffville, this is York.
It's literally like anti-information to like yap about flips in seats when there's one poll in. It literally doesn't matter. Okay, I've got the Ontario and Quebec shit up. Go back to CBC, at least as a public broadcaster. No! CBC doesn't have the swing. It doesn't have the swing.
Oshawa, this was a Conservative riding. This is home of GM.
Colin Carey was the longtime Conservative MP, decided not to run. Rhonda Kirkland's running. This is where Pierre Poilievre had one of those.
This is copyrighted, though? No, it's not. Don't use these terms flippantly. I'm not getting content ID'd for this.
Conservatives leading there. I'm trying to take a look. Oh, this should not be Liberal. This is Jamie Schmale, the incumbent. One poll in. It seems unlikely that this is a rural part of Ontario, beautiful part of Ontario. Liberals right there. So we got some stuff happening in the GTA. A lot of gray still. We'll see what transpires.
Oh, so that'll start coloring in very shortly. Thank you, David. We're going to go to Shediac, New Brunswick now, which is in Beausejour, the riding of Dominic LeBlanc, longtime Liberal, who has won in that riding. Suzanne Lapointe is...
I'm so nervous I voted for the first time today. Good for you. Really, good for you. Okay, what are we on here?
For a mill rate council. He's got a lead of 42, just
four of
278 polls reporting. But that whole
You pronounced
area,
Ontario like a British person?
relations...
Sorry, Ontario. Ontario. Is that how you fucking people pronounce it?
No one knows that better than Chris Ensing, who is joining us now. Chris, what are people saying there?
This guy looks like a fucking wizard.
Adrian, the tariffs
Holy
top
shit.
of mind. You know, talking to voters here today in Windsor West, the riding I'm in right now, where the NDP are hoping to secure Brian Massey's seat as the longtime incumbent. Voters were telling me that who is going to battle Donald Trump in these conversations and negotiations of a new NAFTA is top of mind. That threat against Canada's sovereignty is also something that they're taking very seriously. And when we think about what's happened here in Windsor Essex just in the past, you mentioned in Essex how the NDP have been sparring with the Conservatives, the Liberal in there now. Well, do you also have this fight going on in Windsor-Tecumseh Lakeshore, where the Liberals have eked out wins with slim majorities or slim wins there in that riding. And so what we see in Windsor-Essex is an area that is trying to decide what it will do next in the face of this trade war. Just very quickly here, Trump is saying they want to onshore manufacturing there now. Well, we watched this with Biden as well. That administration throwing credit.
I live in downtown Mississauga, and I'm fucking worried, man. It's more con heavy here than I've ever seen it. We'll see. We'll see.
As last majority government in 2000, we've never seen this level of uncertainty and angst amongst Canadians in terms of a relationship with a country that had been Canada's most important ally, economic partner.
Oh, they're mad. They're mad at my pronunciation.
I think in the end,
they're mad.
we'll be able to find an agreement with the United States that's in the best interest of Canadian workers and the Canadian economy. But Mr. Trump has been an architect of a great...
I'm trying to get you guys fired up against Americans to really, like, you know, embellish the spirit, negatively polarize you against us. We're at war. We're in a trade war right now. We're not allies, okay? Get mad. Get mad. Show me your war face.
Confident is he about the Liberals' fortunes as we move west? Oh, you've just lost him, I think.
Well, goodbye.
Unfortunately. Not your fault. He obviously needed a glass of
Good night,
water.
y'all.
No, it's okay.
He needed to grab him by the...
Yeah. No, he was coughing, poor guy. Okay. Oh, he's back? Oh.
Yes, he is. He's graciously given us another question. So sorry, Donna, can you repeat that?
Oh, yeah. Just how is he feeling? He's been, you know, this is his 9th straight election. When he's seeing the results come in, he was tasked with delivering seats in Atlantic Canada and Quebec. Is that happening?
So you were tasked with delivering seats in Atlantic Canada and Quebec. Is that happening?
I've worked very hard in the campaign in Atlantic Canada and in some parts of eastern Quebec. There's still a lot of results to come in. The preliminary results in Quebec appear very encouraging. I'm confident at the end of the evening, Mr. Carney will be returned as Prime Minister of Canada. I'm very proud of the campaign he ran, but we have to let the votes be counted and see who Canadians chose.
All right, thank you so much.
Suzanne, thanks for doing that. Sorry, you know what? I got to stop asking people to ask questions on my behalf. Thank you. I appreciate that.
He was not, of course, giving anything away about what will happen in cabinet. Of course, he has no choice in that at the moment. But it's unimaginable that Dominic LeBlanc would not be in the in the cabinet next time. He's been intergovernmental affairs minister. That he's just an affable guy who can talk to people all across the country, as well as Donald Trump's team down in Washington. So
he'll only be in cabinet though if the Liberals actually form a government tonight. And
the key there, Eric, you mentioned his ties. He can get along with.
So far, so good. Right now, in all counted votes, Liberals have an 11-point lead over Conservatives. In terms of confirmed elected seats, it's 21-9. 30 seats counted in total. The numbers we're looking at down here, these are projections, these are estimates, these are extrapolations based off one poll out of 255 being counted. In terms of the actual counted votes, we're looking at 523,000 to 405,000, or 50.7 to 39.37. So far, I think so good. Though somebody who knows more about the numbers,
12 polls reporting. So.
René Villemure, he was
might disagree.
unwell, and so
he's got kidney cancer, and very serious. But he's fighting it, and he's had some surgery.
And this is Shefford.
And this is where Justin Trudeau tried to take Shefford from the Bloc Québécois. Andréane LaRouche is the seniors critic, and she is the incumbent. The Trudeau was through there. Carney was through there trying to take that seat. Maybe this time it'll pull off. Six polls reporting, and it looks like it's going to be a two-way fight. Yeah, probably a two-way fight between the Liberals and the Bloc.
Early on, though. And
this is one of those by-election losses that did Trudeau in. The Bloc won. This is David Lamette's old seat. It's Paul Martin's old seat, La Salle-Verdun. And I think if the universe is returning to sort of normal, this should be a Liberal riding. Craig Sauvé, the New Democrat, 5.4%. I know it's early, but the New Democrats thought they could win this by-election last time around. That's just months ago, and now they're not even in the picture.
Although this is one poll reporting.
One poll reporting. Hey, look, there's a famous fellow.
There is the Liberal leader, Mark Carney, with his wife, Diane Fox Carney, watching the results come in.
Does he look? He looks pretty cool. Looks pretty calm.
Big comfy couch.
There you go. 84 seats right now, leading or elected for the Liberals. And of course, Carney, this is the point, is there weren't going to be 84 Liberals anywhere if it had been Trudeau. That's what all the Liberals say. So, when Mark Carney was thinking about this last summer, he was telling friends, if I can hold Poilievre to a minority, that'd be great.
All
right, we're back with more coverage of Decision Canada in a moment.
I missed the sweet boy. Rip. Yes, I have the CBC results open in a tab.
Polls to our count, and which will mean that all polls are closed right across the country. That happens at 10
What's
p.m.
the pants brand? Good question. These are Left Field NYC.
A map that has been redistributed. 172 is the magic number to get you to a majority government, but we are not able to get anywhere near calling any of those things yet because results are still coming in, and Adrian has some.
Boy, you're not kidding about them coming in fast, Rosie.
I told you.
All right, let's look at some important ridings that we've been talking about all night.
Let's start
vintage
with Ralph Lauren. I got it from a thrift store.
Has always been a riding to watch. Historically, a bellwether, bucked the trend in 2021 when Michelle Ferreri, a popular TV anchor, won. But look at that lead. 436 for Emma Harrison, the small business owner, with just 6 of 308 polls reporting. The Liberals will want to hang on to that one. Let's look at the next one here. This is important. Newmarket Aurora. Okay, so this was the second slimmest margin of victory for the Liberals in the GTA in 2021. But look at what is happening. Sandra Kobena, lead of 227, just 2 of 212's polls reporting. But that is on trend, certainly for what the Conservatives want to see. They poured a lot into that riding. One last one to look at. This is important. This is Niagara Falls, Niagara on the Lake. So this has gone back and forth a little bit between the Liberal and the Conservative this evening. Only 3 of 202 polls reporting, just a lead of 8. But this is a riding that's been Conservative for the last 25 years. It's
Click show all results. You mean on this page right here? I mean, we have the total numbers up here again. Liberals now leading by 11.9 points, which is great. Nearly 12-point lead right now for the Liberals, but of course the numbers are bound to change. I just don't know in which of these districts we have solid enough Like, where here do we have enough polls reporting that we can extrapolate? What's of interest to me is the difference between some of these early polling results and what they were expected to be in the polls. But unfortunately, I'm not getting those numbers as much as I'd like.
The BQ and the Liberal candidate.
That looks like it'll go down to the wire. About half the polls are reporting so far, not quite half, but 42.7 to 42.3. That is neck and neck.
Toss up LPC BQ, which is what it looks like.
And this is a Liberal incumbent who would lose if she didn't pull off a win there. And another riding in Quebec where the Liberal, oh my goodness, once again.
These are the closest races so far, and you don't want to read too much into it.
This one was projected as Bloc Québécois likely, so the fact that even with only 7 polls reporting the Liberals doing this well might be good.
Québécois MP.
And Terra Nova, the Peninsulas, we've been watching this all night. It is still too close to call.
This is, they're getting close to the end. I mean, there are only, 24 more polls to close. It's a lead of 306. That's almost in recount territory right there, but a big lead by the Conservative at first in the evening, and that has narrowed.
And Central Nova, same thing, very close. Just a difference of 241 votes between the Conservative and the Liberal incumbent.
And I keep looking up at the polls reporting, and in this case, we're, we're about 3/4 of the way through. So Sean Fraser is biting his nails at this point.
All right. David Aiken is looking at. We've got some numbers coming in Alberta already.
Yeah, so let's remember we could keep going out west. I mean, there's a lot of action in Quebec, a lot of action in Ontario, but I wanted to tell people what's going on way out west. Right now, if you're looking at that, you see a little dot of orange. Not a little dot, a big dot of orange. It's the riding south of Edmonton, Leduc, Wetaskiwin. There's only 3 polls in. The incumbent is Mike Lake. He's been there since 2004-06. He's been there for a while. This riding...
Per the CBC, so far, Lib's on pace to gain 17 seats, while Con's on pace to lose 5. Okay, where are you seeing that information? The comparative analysis, the relationship between the seats now and the seats then. Where are you seeing that? Where here? Because up here we have the count. Oh, show all results. Okay, well, this just shows, yeah. Look at the calls right above the map. These calls? Lib game from Con. Okay, can I get like a total amount of all this rather than just them saying it on the broadcast? Motherfucker. Can I get that data on like
in seconds? So all again, Rosie,
index?
These are only some of the polls that are coming in. But interesting to see how those numbers are shaking.
Yeah, Métis Gardens also just a lovely
Beautiful.
place. Yeah, we could just do ads of places to vacation. Chantal, I want to get your take before I get some more results, because if this holds and the Bloc is trending or looking projected to lose as many as 11 seats, that's pretty devastating.
The Bloc itself believed it could lose 10 to 15 seats. Of course, that wasn't the hope, but this is the best beginning of night.
What?
Because Jean Chrétien never won a majority of Quebec seats.
Yeah.
So you go back all the way to Jean Chrétien.
I assume she said Liberals.
And Brian Mulroney wiped them off the map. So I think you'd have to go back to Pierre Trudeau to this, but it's early.
It's early. But that's still. It's early, but it's still fascinating. That's
like, okay, you guys keep linking me info, but I'm not seeing the information that I want to cover. I understand they're showing elected seats and leading seats. Where do they show where the seats have flipped? That's what I want to see. Where can I get a ongoing scroll down to gains and losses? Here we go. Thank fuck. There we go. It says, damn, 16?
Moment. That's less than what they were at a little after 10 o'clock in the evening Eastern time 4 years ago. But the ridings that are reporting tell a different story at the moment. For example, earlier in the evening, we said the Conservatives looked like they might be making some gains where they could maybe perhaps form government if they could get to that magic number of 27. That's their combined gains against Liberal losses. But at the moment, they're at a total of -4. They're not approaching that yet. Now, it depends on what other ridings are coming in. But the Liberal numbers, they're beginning to look pretty interesting. The Liberals are making some gains. They're picking up a bunch of ridings here. It looks like I need to look more closely. Some of them are against the NDP, 3 or so, but they have double-digit gains against the Bloc Québécois at the moment. And so they've picked up so far, they're picking up 28. And that gives them, you can see the gains here for the Liberals. They're up about 28. They've lost another 12 or so. Most of those are against the Conservatives, but on balance, they're at +16. Why is that important? Look at that number up there. To get to a majority, the Liberals need to gain 18 from where they were last time around. Right now, they're at +16. This is, you know.
Nope, it just popped up one more, Eric.
Oh.
17. So, you know, none of that is final yet, but it shows that as the results are coming in, Donna, that 17 is getting closer to that majority number of 18. None of it is final, but it shows that the Liberals are beginning to pick up the possibility.
Even if they don't reach majority, they can still run from minority, right? Like, even as long as they just have the most seats, right? So if anything, a majority is an overshoot because there's basically no chance of Conservatives getting a majority. The question would be, do they get more than the Liberals? I think with the NDP, someone told me they don't have coalitions. It's just a minority party. Like, they have to do coalitions in order to vote in the parliament, but to elect the prime minister, they just need to be the largest party.
Coming in that we're all watching and trying to make sense of here in real time.
Usually, yes.
Seamus, starting with you, as we've seen these polls that have closed from Ontario all the way over to BC and then BC and Yukon shortly thereafter. What do you make of how the results are shifting?
Well, maybe I'm, grasping at plastic straws here, but you got. Excuse me. But so many of these are advanced polls, and we know that the advanced polls were at a record high. So these numbers look good for the Liberal Party right now. These numbers are still coming in, and I think you'll see that progress. I mean, it really is quite extraordinary how many people made up their minds in this election very early on and decided to take advantage of advanced polls and at a rate we haven't seen.
Well, and really
that guy sounds like he's huffing copium a little bit.
The advanced polls are coming in first because they're already there. Lisa, the numbers were looking pretty good for the Conservatives. They're looking not as great now, but it's not terrible, and we're still very early. Do you draw any early conclusions from what we're seeing?
The numbers are looking fine for the Conservatives, but it looks like the story here is going to be NDP and BQ voters getting siphoned off into the Liberals more so than Liberals gaining ground over Conservatives. Like, Conservatives will gain ground relative to where they were, but votes from the other parties are pouring into the Liberals, which is kind of what we wanted and maybe what we expected too. Thank you, Trump.
Officially elected, so we have to wait till it's official.
That's right.
It happened to me in '93. I was sure to be elected, but everything was late. They were calling me I was the one with Jacques Parizeau because Lucien Bouchard was in Alma.
That's probably a bad thing. No, it's pretty much what I expected, I guess, or at least that was my hopeful scenario. You would expect Pierre to gain ground in an absolute sense relative to where he was because of the failure of the Liberal Party, because of years and years and years of incompetence from Trudeau. But the fact that everyone else is consolidating behind the Liberals, that's pretty dang good. I'm sorry that your country is becoming a two-party system just like ours. I'm sorry that that disease is infectious. You've lived so close to us for so long. I'm surprised it hasn't happened before. But in this world, in this highly polarized world where you can be like, apparently you can be like a technocratic neoliberal or you can literally be a death cultist, that's how it is.
A good campaign. You'll see the polls coming in, and you'll know what each of those polls mean for your campaign.
Wow.
Right? So you're sitting there, and you've got, like, sometimes something will flash on the screen, and we'll say, holy cow, how's that person winning, or how are they losing? Yeah. And it's 5 polls reporting. Yeah. But even more importantly, even when you get to half the polls reporting, who's left? Yeah. And is your vote coming that's left, or is it not? And that's what you learn as folks that have been through a couple of elections.
The emotional grinder.
Well, this good and bad. Yeah. But this is the opportunity where Canadians can watch this come in, Don't draw any conclusions.
That one
yet.
wasn't
This is gonna
peeing. That one was me
go
having an
and then
eyelash
go,
in
and then
my
we'll
eye.
see those iterations, and we'll start to hear from the parties saying
maybe
those
still
seat numbers
do.
are not going to hold, or this is looking like it's going away.
Atlantic Canada must be settled though by now.
I don't know. We're seeing some still come in with 30-40% still remaining outstanding. David Aiken will know.
Very close.
Yeah,
that's right.
Fraser,
it's
John Fraser. It's less than 1%.
I know a huge element of this is get out the vote and getting the voters out who you know are going to vote for you.
CTV called the election for a Lib victory. It seems at this point that a Liberal victory is almost certain, but a victory is not enough. I want as much of a victory as possible. This isn't about who gets to run Canada for the next so-and-so years, or it's not entirely about that. It's about a cultural response to what Trump represents, you know? We want domination.
It is all about making
I'm
sure
not
you
satisfied by a victory.
I didn't have a full appreciation for it as a journalist until I got into politics in 2014, 2015. It is about identifying that vote, going around, knocking on doors, figuring out who's a Liberal, who will vote as a Liberal, and then making sure they vote. And it's a big day.
So my call around today was, what are the numbers like in what Jim has just talked about?
Okay,
and that's what's important.
We have to wrap right now, but we will get your take on it. I promise, Jill. At least when we come back.
Why not NDP Liberal majority? Because the Liberals are the anti-Trump party. Mark Carney has defined his campaigning as an opposition to Trump, a response to Trump.
News now. Global News is ready to make a call.
Yep. Looks like it.
Global News is now projecting a Liberal government. It's a Liberal government. We're not saying majority or minority, but Global News is projecting that the Conservatives can't win enough seats at this point to form a government.
Okay.
So we'll have, Eric,
bare
did you
minimum
have thoughts
achieved.
on that?
Well, what they're saying is they can't catch up to the where the Liberals are. At the moment, the Liberals are ahead by, it looks like, 39 votes. 39 ridings. Now, these numbers can change. Some ridings are close, but what I've noticed...
We're just looking at the Liberal headquarters there, we should quickly say, and then we'll get to Mackenzie.
When you watch these numbers climb through the evening on an election night, those numbers will change, that 127, that 89, but they tend to be within a little range of like plus or minus 5. And right now, the Conservatives would just have to make up too many, I think, is the decision desk deciding that there's just too many ridings to make up ground on to catch the Liberals.
Okay, let's go to Mackenzie Gray, who was there at Liberal headquarters. Mackenzie.
Yeah, Donna, big cheer went out when the call was made that the Liberals will win the most seats in this election. Of course, Mark Carney is still hoping for a majority government. That is a word that he only said once at a rally in Kitchener earlier in the campaign. Then his preferred term was that he'd look for a strong mandate to take on Donald Trump. The Liberals still think that a majority is possible at this point in time and a lot more votes to count. But fundamentally, this is one of the biggest political comebacks in Canadian political history. If you would have talked at the start of the year that the Liberals would have been able to win this election, most political observers, and probably myself included, would have thought you were crazy. Polls were showing at that point in time, just before Justin Trudeau quit as Prime Minister, that the Liberals could end up being the fourth party behind the Bloc Québécois, behind the NDP, and the Conservatives would have had a supermajority at that point in time. But Mark Carney has been able to orchestrate a major comeback. The Conservatives unable to adapt their campaign to deal with Mr. Carney's new approach to things relative to Justin Trudeau. I know yet to be seen if the Liberals were able to get that strong mandate and majority that Mr. Carney is looking for.
All right, Mackenzie Gray. Thank you. We should point out 172 is what the Liberals need to reach a majority at this point. Right now, they're at leading or elected in 133.
And what's interesting, I think, is that the BQ and the NDP right now only have about 19 ridings where they're ahead. So in terms of winning the night, it's going to take 162 at the moment. If the BQ and the NDP pick up some more seats, then maybe those numbers come down into the 150s. But for the
fact that Trump has polarized so many candidates that even like Bloc Québécois people are switching over to Liberals is so significant, man. We're talking about the most stubborn, abrasive French motherfuckers in the world. If they're shifting over, like that's pretty good.
Conservative Party headquarters. Obviously, this is
Canadians. What did I say?
The Conservatives were looking for, hoping for tonight. Taria Isri is there. Taria.
Did I say candidates? You all are mean to me. You know that? You all are mean to me. You people, I bet a lot of you can't even order pizza over the phone without stammering at least once while talking about the having the order. Topping on this side, topping on that side. Everyone makes fun of me. You know, a lot of what I say is recorded. Eventually, In a rare occasion, yes, I might slip up and make a mistake.
And how disappointing is this result for the party?
Well, I think it's very, very surprising.
It's over for them.
The
Honestly,
NDP
they should
vote,
just give up.
So the reinvention of the Liberal Party under
a 1,000-year Liberal mandate
Carney,
under Mark Carney. If I was a conservative, I'd be thinking about leaving the country right now.
Into the mix, those are three things that I don't think that the Tories had expected. Where they go from here, it's going to depend, I think, a lot on how the party fares over the course of the rest of the night. What's their vote total? How much of the percentage of the vote do they get? How many seats do they get? Let's not forget, nobody raises money for the party like Pierre Poilievre. No one has galvanized the base like Pierre Poilievre, and he's grown the base as well. So I know that the Tories have a nasty tradition of turfing somebody when they don't rise to expectation immediately. I'm hoping that whatever Pierre Poilievre decides to do, he decides it on his own steam, because I think he deserves the chance to make that choice himself.
So, I mean, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but do you think he can survive this loss? I mean, he had a 20-point lead heading into this.
No.
Yeah, I mean, he had a 20-point lead, but nobody thought that 20-point lead was going to hold ever. They knew that under the leadership of a new.
I don't know if that's true. Look, the switch up has been very recent, very post-Trump inauguration. People had basically resigned a victory to Pierre until Trump became like insanely belligerent against Canada, which then pushed people further over and over. Maybe the cons would have lost some points when Trudeau stepped down, which was probably going to happen anyway. But I don't know. This was not what people were expecting at all.
Very unpredictable race. Some of it can lie, yes, at the feet.
And yeah, Pierre is done. Pierre taking a 20-seat projected lead and turning it into a Liberal majority in the span of 3 months, he's done. There's no way. There's absolutely no way.
Affordability, crime. There wasn't a lot of talk about Donald Trump. Are we going to look back at this and say that was a mistake?
Well, I think you'll probably have to at some point. If you don't get the result you want based on sort of the plan that you lay out, then your plan was probably wrong. And but this was the campaign that he wanted to run. The logic is sound. The logic is sound. All of the problems that existed before Donald Trump are still in front of us. And listen, if I were in that room, I probably would have suggested that they run this same.
This sends a message that globally association with Trump's politics are toxic. Exactly. And I'm really hoping the same thing plays out in Australia. Their conservatives, or liberals, I guess, aren't as Trump coded as Pierre is over here, but I want that message to ring out like the same. Like, America must be the kid that fell in the well, right? Like, we have to be the one. We have to be the lesson. We can't bring down all of fucking Western civilization with us. Seriously, like, we need to be the example. Like, the rest of the world has to look at our fuck up and go like, damn, we don't want that.
Work together publicly, I think specifically Jean Chrétien and Paul Martin. That doesn't seem to happen on the other side of the fence. And if the Tories want to sort of build a party that can present itself as an alternative to the Liberals moving forward, they're going to have to stop that stuff.
Yeah, all right, thanks, Ben. We'll leave it there.
Hey, Taria, can I ask a quick question just about Pierre Poilievre's whereabouts tonight? Are we expecting to hear from him?
Has anyone checked for him? Anyone checked off the edge of a balcony?
He's supposed to arrive at some point this evening. We don't exactly know when. It's going to be a difficult speech he's going to have to make. There were very high expectations for the party. Like I said, a 20-point lead for Poilievre at some point, and this is not the outcome anyone here wanted. It is what the polls suggested, but I think there's going to be a lot of soul searching, within the Conservative Party after this result.
Do they have the All right, Taria Isri, thanks. David Aiken is looking at the numbers for us, because we have projected that there will be a Liberal government, and yet we have been talking about close races across the country, particularly in Atlantic Canada, some in Quebec as well. There will be others across the country. We're expecting close races in BC. So, David, can you help explain why with the Liberals at 138, we are projecting a Liberal government?
Right. Well, we actually are looking at all the races on the board to be able to do that. And in each riding, we take a look at historical trends, the votes that are in already, and the expectation of other votes being able to catch up. And we produce the calculation.
Provincial Conservatives are already gunning for Conservative leadership, by the way. Mark Carney has the ability to lock in Liberal leadership for 1,000 years if he actually follows through on his plan to make housing more affordable. The more people move into the cities, the more Canadians are living in places like Toronto or Montreal or Vancouver or whatever. The more shift red, and the more this gets locked in. You know.
Montreal is all Liberal again. And we expect, of course, the Liberals to hold in BC. We're just starting to get the results in there. There are some Conservative pickups. But it's basically taking a look at where votes have been cast and do we see any significant changes? By and large, no, with some notable exceptions of some pickups in a riding here or there in Atlantic Canada. And the Liberals are overperforming a little bit right now in the province of Quebec generally.
It's, you know, Donna, it's those numbers we're looking at. The Liberals and the Conservatives together are probably going to split something like 300 seats plus.
That isn't true, though. Canadian cities aren't uniformly liberal. Well, neither are American cities, but overall, I would be willing to bet that it's very much the same in Canada and America. The more rural an area is, the more likely it is they'll vote Conservative and vice versa. Maybe not as much as in America, but I'm sure the trend holds true. It's pretty much the case all over the world.
There they are right now. Well, look at that. You know, you don't need me to run over there. I can just, Donna and I can just talk about it here. You know, add that up, 49 and 38. That gets you up to, what, 87, 88%? Look at the NDP, 4.4%.
Yeah.
That has collapsed. I think the Bloc over at 5.2. Watch for that to climb a bit because they're still adding votes in Quebec. The Bloc usually sees its numbers just kind of...
What if they both lost official party status? What if literally, like, they all got wiped off the board and it became a two-party country? Oh, no. That's funny.
You've got a pretty remarkable...
I just wanted to talk about one other thing. We haven't talked about results from Pierre Poilievre's riding yet, because I don't think there are any. Is that right, David? I don't think we're seeing any yet.
David is punching the board. Giving it away. David is punching it.
There's nothing.
There's nothing.
The 81 ballots, the 91
this may be
seats.
Why. This may be why.
Ballots.
This is the
and I can tell you, and we should let people know.
This is a specimen of the ballot.
Yes.
I'm just holding up.
Yeah, I heard about that. Apparently they had like 100 candidates in one riding. I don't know. I guess that area doesn't have like a limit, or people are doing a gaffe or something. I'm not sure. I'm surprised Elon didn't try to throw his weight around in Canada. Yeah, genuinely, my bet is that he was told not to, because Canadians don't like Elon at all. Like, not even a little bit. The Tesla tariffs were super popular over in Canada. My guess is the reason he focused so much on Germany was because he was specifically trying to appeal to German Nazis, and it didn't even work. So my guess is he probably would have, but somebody told him, like, dude, you're gonna make them mad. Which, by the way, Trump did this as well, right? Trump literally today tweeted or posted on Truth Social. Trump posted, hold on. I'll just read it out loud. Scrolling through bullshit. Scrolling through bullshit. Scrolling through bullshit. Good luck to the great people of Canada. Elect the man who has the strength and wisdom to cut your taxes in half, increase your military power for free to the highest level in the world, have your car, steel, aluminum, lumber, energy, and all other businesses quadruple in size with zero tariffs or taxes if Canada becomes the cherished 51st state of the United States of America. No more artificially drawn line from many years ago. Look how beautiful this landmass would be. Free access with no border. All positives with no negatives. It was meant to be. America can no longer subsidize Canada with the hundreds of billions of dollars a year we've been spending in the past. It makes no sense unless Canada is a state. Do you think Mark Carney paid him to Truth Social that? Like, you couldn't have given them a better gift on voting day? Like, Trump just flatly saying, vote Pierre so I can annex your country.
What do you make of that performance?
Insane.
Well, not crushed yet. Give us a minute.
It's not looking great.
It's a different. I'm not going to repeat.
Did Pierre say he wanted to join America? No, that's the funny thing. Pierre's been responding to this with like really half-hearted, inconsistent disapproval, because on one hand he knows that he's literally just Canadian MAGA, but on the other hand he knows he can't literally support the annexation of Canada by a foreign country. So he's been like, haha, thanks, Trump, but like, for real though, knock it off. It's so cuck, dude. Literally no national pride, no national identity. Conservatism really is like becoming a slave to capital. Like, you really have no pride besides that. Any position you have, any belief, any hope, any dreams, any life, all of it subsumed by power. Like, you're just a slave.
It won't be for the next time. We're not, hopefully, we're not dealing with a president trying to take over the country and destroy our economy. Then we'll see what's next. And I think some of the issues will resonate, but let's watch what happens next. And the NDP were able to accomplish an enormous amount with just 24 MPs. I'm hoping they're able to return enough, and we don't know about Liberal majority minority yet.
Right.
That is going to be enormously consequential for everybody who's considering what happens next.
And one of the factors I want to come back to, but flagging it, so this is just me planting the flag. We're going to come back to it in the future.
What are you up to down here?
Move on to the Bay of Quinte. This is a riding we've been keeping an eye on. The Liberals picked it up in 2015. They wanted it desperately because this is the sort of riding they need if they want to get...
Somebody in chat pointed it out earlier, and I think it's worth noting. Notice how all of the candidates in all of these elections are so much younger than in America. It's so fucked up, genuinely. Like, over in America, like, it's crazy. Like, there's a bunch of, like, 30, 40, 50-year-olds. In America, 50 is on the young end. If you see like a 50-year-old congressman, it's like, oh, wow. Like, you know, they've got a lot of time ahead of them, which you do at 50 for sure. But, you know.
Mark Carney will lead. But yes, in case you missed the big moment, the Liberals have secured a fourth mandate led by Mark Carney.
There's a chance Pierre might lose his own seat. What is the name of his seat? Okay, where is Pierre's seat? I've got the election numbers up. What is his seat? Carleton? Okay, Carleton where? What province? The CBC website is like crashing. Ontario, Carleton. Okay, I'm looking it up.
We know where we were in early January. The fact that it's been such a remarkable swing is a testament to optimism. It's a testament to Mark Carney's leadership. But again, it's a testament to Canadian voters. And I think, you know, when I think back about what's really changed in the last little while, I think if you're looking at somebody who you need to stand up to an American threat that is as clear and demonstrative as Donald Trump, and you have somebody who's posturing themselves that they want to be that person, Pierre Poilievre, who shows an inability to stand up to Preston Manning and Danielle Smith, I think you know you don't have the right individual. When you have somebody who still continues to speak in three-word slogans as opposed to presenting an accurate plan.
Okay, the projected like by pollsters before the election was 50-42. But I can't see the actual results right now because everything's fucking crashing for me. What's it actually at?
But when you're facing a threat of that size from the American neighbor, you need to put that aside and vote in terms of selecting a leader. And that's what Canadians have done. And my colleagues are all keen on securing a majority. A majority government would allow us to have that strong mandate that Prime Minister Carney is seeking to effectuate the change that we need to see to grow the economy.
Not reporting? Then why are people saying he might lose it?
To diversify our trade partners and to continue to make progress.
Althea made a little bit of a squint there, winced a little bit as you spoke. So I'm going to let her talk before I get some more results.
Well, I was going to say on the whole, like who we should give a testament to, it's all
they just
the
don't want him to
liberal
kill himself.
backbenchers who tried to get Justin Trudeau to leave. Chrystia Freeland, who finally, frankly, knifed him. If Justin Trudeau had not left, there is no way we would see the result that we are seeing right now, even with Donald Trump in the White House. So there's other people
There's lots of things going on. Yeah.
Create the scenario that we find ourselves in at the moment. And also, pretty soon people won't be able to vote, so you don't need to convince them to vote for the Liberal Party.
Yes, you've already won. You've already won.
The votes have already been cast?
We're just waiting to see. Yes, we're just waiting to see how it goes. But it's hard to shake it off, I understand. I think Ian has some early results.
Yeah, in British Columbia, as we've said, the Conservatives, Liberals, and NDP have done well there. They certainly did well there in 2015.
2021. And so there's a lot of potential, particularly for the Liberals and the Conservatives, to pick up seats. Let's look at some early results
Dog,
with
no
some
one
potential
cares.
changes. North Island,
I want to know about
Powell
Liberals
River,
versus
this has
Conservatives.
been a stronghold for the NDP and right now in the lead there. So we'll keep an eye on that. Let's take a look at in the interior, Silkameen, South Okanagan, West Kootenay. Again, relatively close, but this is would be a pickup for the Conservatives if they could hang on to this. Helena Conans is a former professional tennis player and competed in Wimbledon and at the U.S. Open. I did not know that, and I find that really...
NDP needs seats to push the Libs left. Have they been doing that, like, at all? If they've been doing that at all in the past decade, I have not noticed it. Yes? All right.
Candidate, I think we're seeing a lot of that across the country, right? Where candidates who were acclaimed when maybe nobody else really wanted the nomination. I'm not sure if that's what happened there, but you know, some of those people are going to end up going to the House of Commons.
Okay. All right. Let's have a look at someone who is having a difficult night, but at least his own riding is secure. That's Yves-François Blanchet in the riding of Belleuil-Chambly. He has won handily in that riding, but he is probably not enjoying the evening so far, given where things are tracking for the Bloc. Remember, at last vote, the Bloc Québécois had 35 seats, and right now they're tracking towards 23. We'll continue to watch some of those numbers because, as we've told you,
everything Trudeau bragged about accomplishing when he stepped down was stuff the NDP forced him to do. Am I stupid for thinking that Mark Carney might be a lot more principled than Trudeau? Because Trudeau is a politician first and foremost, whereas Mark Carney is a banker. So it's like Mark Carney, it seems like he's more motivated by what he thinks is right and less, even if we disagree with what he thinks is right, than by like the ebbs and flows of political happenstance. He's been pretty consistent on his positions, hasn't he? Because Trudeau did waver a lot. Trudeau has always been like what Obama was over here, right? Like whether or not Obama's intelligent, he is, and an effective politician, he is, that motherfucker doesn't believe a thing. Like his beliefs are shaped heavily by what he thinks will get him ahead. I think Mark Carney might be a little bit more... How can you be consistent on positions when you haven't ever been elected till now? Good point, good point. But I think you can see a little more consistency in the fact that he's been a technocrat historically. You know? There's a big difference between electing a technocrat who becomes a politician versus a politician who becomes a politician.
For them to be happy, but for the rest of it, I mean, they're really just sort of trying to hold on to hope. We've got a little bit of a show here. They keep inviting incumbents or candidates to come up and talk to the crowd. There's an MC asking them all sorts of questions.
Macron being an investment banker and Carney being a central banker are not comparable. Oh God, no. No, those jobs are totally dead. Investment banker, that's Hitlerite shit. Central banker, my assumption, if you have a history in central banking, is that you're a neoliberal and that you're very boring. You know, if you're an investment banker, I'm not holding you in esteem. You know, yeah, pragmatic institutionalist.
Yeah. Yes, and he probably is feeling better when he compares his fate to what could be happening to the NDP. Yeah. I don't think anyone at this point is looking to challenge the leadership of Yves-François Blanchet. A lot of people in Quebec over the campaign were saying, well, we're going to lend our vote to the Liberals because of special circumstances. But it wasn't a judgment on the Bloc Québécois that they were making. Now, that being said, what also created this dynamics in Quebec in particular, the only province...
The Liberal lead is currently narrowing at the moment. They have a 7.5% vote lead.
Let's do a quick check-in at Bloc Québécois headquarters in Montreal. That's where Mike Armstrong is tonight. Mike, the Bloc was projecting maybe 25 seats. They're at 22 right now. How are they feeling?
Yeah, we've heard some pretty big cheers this evening here, probably the last 15 minutes, especially when...
The 10-point lead was never staying. Yeah, but I was hoping they could hold like a 7 to 8. I really, really, really want them to have a majority.
For the Bloc in Rosemont Petite Patrie, that's sort of the east end of the island for those in the rest of the country. I'm wondering, how are you feeling tonight at this point?
I'm feeling excited. This is a moment where we see some numbers coming in. We don't know.
I'm curious as to how a minority government leads without a coalition. You need the coalition to pass bills through the parliament because you need the majority vote there. But in terms of getting the PM elected, you only need to have the most votes. So you don't need to have a majority to win.
Exactly. The position at Bloc Québécois that we put forward during mostly the end of the campaign was, would we rather want to ask and hope for the fair share of the gains, or would we prefer to be able to demand and obtain? And this is the sense of this battle.
So if they don't have majority, isn't the PM just a lame duck? No, because the Liberals would still be very close to a majority. They would only need a few votes with them. And Bloc Québécois and the NDP would vote along with Liberals for a lot of the stuff they want to do. They're not as partisan in Canada as well. My understanding, like in America, the only thing there are bipartisan bills for is funding Israel and, I don't know, like fucking mega, ultra, you know, ridered, super duper big, you know, budget bills. Apart from that, it's all very partisan. In Canada, I think they're a little bit more, you know.
Some people were also afraid of other things. Some people were afraid of Polyev. Some people were afraid of healthcare, and it was difficult early in the campaign to sort of put ourselves into this window. But Yves-François Blanchet really kept his stance in this moment and really put forward this message that we have the advantage of focusing for the people of Quebec, for our values, for our industries. And then I would say in the middle of the campaign, this window sort of opened up. And I feel that tonight we get the results of this special moment where we kind of had a window of opportunity to put forward that message.
I should ask you, there has been some criticism, I'm sure you're aware.
What's going on back there?
For example, of the place or the lack of space that the sovereignty, the drive for separation took in this election. I'm wondering, is it a bit of a low point at the moment in Quebec? How do you feel about that?
So, Mike, if I wouldn't have...
You got to remember, though, that even a minority defeat for the Libs is a big defeat for the Conservatives. Yes, it's important to understand that no matter what, it looks like this night is turning out well for us. There's basically, like, not a bad outcome here. It's just a matter of how good the outcome is. There are some people in chat who want a minority victory so that the Liberals have to rely on Bloc Québécois and the NDP. I personally would like a Lib blowout. I think that'd be based in red pill because I want it to be seen as kind of like an overwhelming cultural response to the Conservatives, but we'll have to see. Either way, Mark Carney will be the PM. Pierre is done. They've put him out to pasture. He's been moved to a farm upstate.
Probably next year, about a year and a half, something like that. He wants to make sure, even if it's a minority government, he would keep that going because he doesn't want Donald Trump to step on another election. How important is that to you?
Of course, very important.
This was such an awful election, being so short and having so little of substance. The issues at play, it's literally just anti-Trump, and that isn't focusing on what we need as Canadians. You know, I actually disagree. I think that Mark Carney's actually been pretty pragmatic in talking about not just, for one, anti-Trump right now is very important because of the tariffs and stuff, but also like the housing plan that he laid out seems ambitious to me. I don't think it's purely been an anti-Trump thing. I given the time that he's had, I think that it's been pretty, it just feels like a good version of what happened in America, right? In America, Joe Biden stepped down, Kamala Harris ran like a quick campaign and lost, right? It looks like we're getting the, you know, a slightly better repeat.
To reach a majority. So, Eric, you're looking at where the gains and losses have taken place. Maybe you can tell us whether there's a path.
We can't do our thing until we check the swing meter.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, I know.
Wow.
God, did I?
He's wanted to say that all night.
No, I just made it up now. Look, so this is interesting because the Liberals are at 153. We can see that. But the swing meter tells us that they are gaining 11. Now, that 11 is based on the 154 they had in the previous election than by-elections, right? So if you gave them plus 11 on the 154, right now they would be looking at getting into about the mid-160s. That's where we're at right now, that how things stand with what you would expect in the ridings going the same way, they would be in the 160s. You get in the mid-160s, and all those other numbers start to look interesting, too. Think about them being at 165 and the NDP at 7. What does that add up to? 172. So we may be in a situation that one of the closest things we'll be watching tonight is, can the Liberals get to a majority? For the moment, they're at 10. As we said before, they need to pick up 18. Sorry, I went too far to show that. 18. They're picking up a lot of those from the Bloc Québécois, 13 so far. They've picked up 14 on the Conservatives, or are picking up 14, but they've also lost 18 to the Conservatives. So most of their pickups are coming at the expense of the Bloc Québécois. At the moment, you just saw the numbers change. They're at 13. They need to get to 18 pickups to get a majority. So they're looking like they might, Donna, be in the 160s, high 160s, mid 160s. The NDP probably has a chance to win a few more ridings. They, of course, let's not forget, they're sorely looking at that number 7 and hoping, can we find 5 more to get to official.
People are saying even Pierre might lose a seat. Unlikely, but it would be very funny. Very, very funny. Yeah. There's still a possibility of a majority government, but it looks like things are leaning towards a high minority, like a very close minority, like just a few seats off from the majority. We'll see. We'll see. We're very, very close. Mark Carney has won his seat in Nepean. Well, I certainly fucking hope so.
Wahid Nenshi, leader of the NDP in Alberta, former mayor of Calgary. Thanks so much for taking time with us. Nice to talk to you again.
Thanks so much, Donna. You know, the last election, I was on the panel.
No, thank you. Not with that audio. No, thank you. I am hopeful. Now, keep in mind, what we're looking at right now is an opportunity for Mark Carney to cement his victory, not just as a anti-Trump Pierre drop the ball victory, but as a genuine transformative victory. Now, I don't think liberals are capable of fixing the fundamental problems with the direction the world has been heading in. But I do think that they're capable of managing Canada better than they have been. Like, there's no excuse for the housing crisis up there. The ball has been dropped severely. It is a bowling ball, and they dropped it on their foot over and over and over again. So hopefully we can get kind of like a miniature FDR social democracy revitalization. Miniature, not a full one. That'd be ludicrous to hope that much, but a revitalization of certain, mostly like Keynesian or economic practices in the hopes of revitalizing the economy. Yeah, the OK society. Exactly. Exactly. We aren't going to get much from this election beyond survival. Well, hey, listen, you know, don't we need that? You're sorely wrong about libs going towards moderate social democracy. I didn't say that they're going to. I said I hope they do. I know you want to prove you're more lefty than me, new chatter, Dark Dragon. I understand that. I know that your cynicism, that you think it makes you look smart. I'm just trying to outline what I think is a good case scenario here. And I'm not so like doctrinally socialist. I'm not so orthodox that I don't think it's possible for different liberals to run things with different levels of competence. Mark Carney is competent. At least that's what his history would suggest, you know? That's my hope.
Profession.
Is it illegal?
Make them angrier and angrier.
To have hopes.
Now, any poll I've seen shows that the Liberals will get more votes in Alberta, or more percentage of the popular vote, even in Alberta, than people who are in favor of separatism. So Alberta is not a political monolith.
But the popular vote, you know, but the popular vote doesn't get you seats in Parliament, right? And I think that's the issue for people who are unhappy in Alberta. They feel like they never get a voice.
Well, that's exactly right, you know, and, you know, we could have an argument about electoral proportional representation, though that would actually elect more non-conservatives out of Alberta under most models. But really, this is the issue, is we've got to understand that we have very real grievances. You know, our economy runs on a product that we sell at a discount to the global market because we've had trouble getting the infrastructure built, pipelines in particular, to get that product to global markets and actually get our full price for it. And, you know, Albertans will say, and legitimately, that the federal government doesn't pay much attention to us. You know, when I was mayor of Calgary and we were going through an economic downturn, my ask to the federal government was, can we do economic development for Calgary? Can the federal government start helping sell businesses on coming to head offices in Calgary? Can we help work on affordable housing in Edmonton and Calgary where we can solve the problem in ways you can't do in Vancouver and Toronto? And while people were sympathetic in Conservative and Liberal federal governments while I was mayor, we never really got anywhere. So there is a real reason that some Albertans are feeling badly done by. But I will tell you that the vast majority of Albertans are very proud to be Canadian. We believe in...
It is so bad for the Canadian Conservatives that they have to keep repeating this, you know? Like, hey guys, I know that our neighbor to the south, who we modeled our politics after, keeps threatening to annex us and acts as though we agree with him. But like, don't worry, just so you know, we all like Canada too. Like they're so defensive. They've been forced into a corner. It's cool that in Canada, objectively, the liberal position is the patriotic one. This guy's the NDP leader. Oh, sorry. For some reason, I had it in my head that he was the Conservative leader. Okay. Then scratch what I said, but it's still a position Conservatives had to be defensive on, but not relevant to what he's saying because he's not a Conservative.
Taxes. Nobody does. They want a government that is fiscally responsible. So by and large, I think that New Democrats can say this is what...
I've said this before and I'll maintain it. Like the only way forward for leftism in America is through patriotism. The performative I fucking hate America stuff is not electorally viable at all. The message always, no matter what ideology you have, it has to be wrapped in the American flag. If you want to win in America, you have to wrap it in the American flag. No communist would win in Spain by saying, oh, I fucking hate Spain. We're so racist. We suck. We're poor. We're unequal. I hate Spain. Anyway, vote for me. It's not going to win there. It's not going to win any country on earth. Not in France, not in Germany, not in Italy, nowhere. You got to wrap yourself in the flag. And there are better and worse ways of doing it.
Handful yet to get to 172. The NDP need to pick up 4. You can imagine the Conservatives hoping the NDP win some of those BC ridings so that keep the Liberals from getting to a majority. So the
Liberals with the NDP right now, let's say a Green, if the Greens win that seat, they're still not reaching.
Also, it's annoying for foreigners who are supposedly aligning themselves with. Yeah, do you think it's annoying for like lefties who live in Uganda or whatever, who are living under like a newly passed law to make homosexuality punishable by death, to see Americans on Twitter whining about how they have the worst country in the world? No, you don't get it, man. American conservatives are like the most evil. America's the most evil. And then someone from a foreign country is like, you know, they like executed 6 homosexuals over here last week. And then the American is like, yeah, but they only did that because of America. Because, like, we gave you conservatism. In Uganda, they didn't have conservatism until American Christians came over. Until before that, they were, like, cool with gay people or something. Type shit. You know what I'm talking about.
Be a loss for the NDP.
It would be.
Winnipeg Center looks like they're hanging on there.
They are. This would be an important one for them. This is right in the center of the city, and it has been NDP for a long, long time. And Leah Gazin won it in 2021 by about 22 points. It's a lot closer this time.
And here's an NDP incumbent who is behind at this stage.
And behind by quite a bit. You know, this is the Blakey's old riding, generally speaking. I know the ridings have changed a little bit, but Bill Blakey and his son, this would be a big takeaway by the Conservatives in that riding, and it's another example that the NDP are finding different parties they can lose to tonight. Some places it's the Liberals, other places the Conservatives.
Hey, how close this is? Hey, listen, just keep in mind, Mark Carney wins. Like it's close only insofar as it's a matter of like by how much Mark Carney wins, but Mark Carney wins. Liberals currently have a 5-point majority, so they're still a little bit ahead of the projected majority.
I wanted to hear about Manitoba in a second, Don, and I will get to Winnipeg, etc. But because of the last party to report, Nathan Cullen's old riding, Skeena-Bulkley Valley, I talked about it very early in the night.
Does Canada have a superior federal executive/legislative system to the U.S.? Yes. America basically has like the worst governmental system in the developed world. basically. Like, unironically, though, like, genuinely, in terms of everything, how long our election cycles are, how bad we are at counting our elections, taking weeks and weeks to finish in some areas, how deadlocked our fucking Congress is, the fact that the Senate is wildly, like, disproportionate in the representation, the Electoral College, there are so many, and it's all, like, America-specific, like, for the most part, all of these fucking problems together. Yeah, we no term limits for our legislators, so the same people hog the same seats for 30 plus years. Like, our genuinely, our democracy is trash and has been for a long time. It's just getting rapidly worse now.
Campaigning hard on the North Island. The Conservatives have very much believed that this is a riding they ought to take, but right now the New Democrats are holding on there. And let's go down to zoom in a little bit. We've seen that big part of the of things. Also on Vancouver Island, Cowichan, Malahat, Langford, one of the fastest growing ridings in terms of population in the country. I've talked to Alistair McGregor about that a few times. He's the incumbent, leading by a little bit over the Conservatives right now. 8 polls reporting there. Let's take a look, a little closer look at Vancouver right now. We have, these are all NDP seats right in the heart. And in fact, let's take a look at Vancouver, Fraser View, South Burnaby. It's a new riding. The former mayor, Gregor Robertson, right now, with just 1 poll in, is leading in Vancouver, Fraser View. We have no results in Burnaby Central. You notice we've declared Mark Carney elected. No results right now in Burnaby Central. That's Jagmeet Singh's riding. Down south, New Westminster, Burnaby, Mallardville, Peter Julian is the incumbent. He's won 7 times, but he's, after 2 polls in, he's in 3rd place right now. And Don Davies is the lone New Democrat that is leading right now in downtown Vancouver. Don Davies, with 4 polls in, is up at 43%. So that's our first look, some potential change. This would be a big change if this holds. South Surrey, White Rock, the Liberals with 2 polls right now are leading on the incumbent Conservative Carrie Lynn Finley.
Holy shit, we're getting close to majority.
Liberals, I'm trying to think if they've ever won South Surrey, White Rock. If they have, it's been a long, long time. That will be something. Cloverdale, Langley City, and we'll send back to you.
David, thank you. Lots of votes still to be counted out there in BC.
6 more seats. It's 8 more. It's 172. 172 is the threshold. Oh, now we need 9 more seats. It's over. Pierre Poilievre behind. It's 1 poll reporting. Quit being a sheep.
The NDP headquarters here in Burnaby, I should say. The room is largely empty here at this watch party, aside from the journalists that are here to cover the campaign event. Perhaps those insiders are watching at the edge of their seats to see what happens as we get a better idea of what the results will be in Burnaby. But joining me now for reaction to what David just went through is Melanie Richer, press secretary with the NDP. So you were with me watching the latest on the results there. What do you make of it?
Yeah, still too soon to tell. Obviously, some of the results that we're seeing either good or maybe a little worrisome for some of the places as it relates to British Columbia. Some good news to see some holds there on Vancouver Island, looking like some holds, obviously too early, and in Skeena-Bulkley Valley. The message, I think, of the last 2 weeks that the NDP beats Conservatives in BC, I think really is important in those ridings.
Let's take a look at the other feed.
The NDP, you need 12 to form official party status. The Greens, oh, look, they just popped up. It seems like every time I mention them, they just appear, leading and elected in 1. Remember that the count, the number that the Liberals are still hoping to get to tonight is 172. That would give them a majority government and, of course, the ability, the mandate to implement their agenda much, much easier than if they're going to have to work with another party. But what we're seeing tonight is really the story of what this election has been. Largely a 2-party race and the collapse of the Bloc and the NDP's vote right now.
Isn't the current head of Bloc Québécois on good terms with Mark Carney? So, like, even if the Liberals don't get a majority, they shouldn't have that much trouble getting their legislation put through, right?
Are so big, right? They are so big compared to what you would normally see in an election. 2015, for instance, Justin Trudeau won his majority with 39.47% of the popular vote. That is, I guess, just because we're in this 2-party race. Is that how I should read that, Chantal?
Yeah, you should also wait to have the full score.
Yes, of course.
What you're getting is a lot of those Alberta Conservative votes that are kind of
pushing theirs up,
raising the numbers for the Conservatives. But having said that, yes, it is both numbers are way too high for the kind, and that's why when you look at the seats and the possibility of a majority government, it's really hard to have a minority government if you do not have a strong third-party presence. And at this point, yes, the Bloc looks like it's going to get 23, 24 seats.
Yeah, between the NDP is almost certainly going to vote along with the Liberals on any kind of policy we would agree with. And Bloc Québécois seems to be leaning more in that direction. So I'm not really worried about their ability to pass legislation. I'm more worried about the mandate of the people, you know? Like, at the very least, I want this to be thought of as cons versus everyone. You know what I mean? Like, maybe the Conservatives get 145, 146 seats or something like, you know, whatever, 150 maybe. But it's them versus everyone else. That'd be the hope.
I don't really believe there are loads of new Democrat votes hidden in those uncounted votes.
No, we might get to 4. Does that concern anyone that there is fewer, less representation of parties inside the House of Commons in terms of what that means for democracy, Andrew?
I don't think it's a good thing or bad thing on its own. I mean, again, you get into the issue of how representative is the popular vote in that regard. How well represented is it?
Why do all these candidates look AI generated? Because a lot of these candidates are like real people, and if you go outside, a lot of people look kind of goofy. Over in America, the only like you have to look a very specific way to be a politician. You have to be so straight-laced, unless you're in the most like even the Democrats. You can't just win. Like, remember how we looked at some of the candidates who won in Die Linke, and some of them looked genuinely like, I want to say freaks in a positive way, because like a conservative would say it in a degenerate way, and I mean like, you go girl, basically. But it's like purple hair or whatever. And with the Democrats, like even in like very blue districts, the median Democratic congressional candidate is like a straight-laced, wealthy white guy. And if they're black, they're like a business-looking black person who's also straight-laced. Like there's no, you can't be anything else, basically. Like, if I think of white culture or whatever in the context of politics, I think of like a business guy, but like, find me any like contrast to that, right? You find any like Congress people who look like they're ravers, or like they're more into hip hop culture, or like they're more like schlubby guys, kind of like, even they look sort of like a gamer or whatever. I don't know. None of that shit exists. Everyone has to be like wiped clean, you know? It's not true, Vosh. We have a bald pro-Israel senator with a sweatshirt. That's true, I guess. I mean, isn't that a perfect example? Fetterman drew up so much attention by dressing like a slob, but I think in a lot of countries it's kind of normal to have politicians who look like that. You know?
Portray this as the West being shut out yet again.
We'll see. We'll see. Last word to you, Althea.
Just a few things. So on that is something that the Liberals were quite concerned about, which is why Mr. CARNEY spent the last day going to Saskatchewan, going to Alberta to make that case, hoping to grab seats that they otherwise did not have. I think it's not a thing about democracy if there are no parties, smaller parties in the House. I think it's just if the balance of power.
Unfortunately, as you can see, as a lot of these vote totals are getting counted up, it looks like the projected number of seats is narrowing. 157 Liberal, 144 Con. It looks like a majority is not going to happen. This is still a victory, but it looks like we're not getting a Liberal majority, unfortunately.
To sign the supply and confidence agreement
of course
with anyone.
Not. They will do issue by issue as they always have, as they have always communicated. But that will not stop the Conservative Party from framing it in that way. Right. And I think it will make it very difficult, especially if Mr. Poilievre remains the Conservative leader, because I don't see areas where, although there actually are lots of policy areas where they could get together, I don't see the personalities leading to cooperation in the House of Commons, which basically just means that we will have an election. If it is a minority government and the Bloc has a balance of power, either later this year or next year.
But at that level, if the NDP doesn't even need official party status, it can have a share of the balance of power. Let's agree that we are not yet in those scenarios where the Bloc was going to become the official opposition, and then I was going to hold a knife to the throat of the government.
This woman has a very trustworthy accent. I don't know. Everything about this woman, the way she talks and looks, I trust her immediately. Like anything she says, I'm here for it. That's the French Canadian accent. Don't gaslight me. I've heard what French Canadians sound like. I'm talking about how she sounds.
Of where we are right now. So you can see here, Mississauga is blue, Brampton is blue, another Brampton is blue. So Peel region has been breached by the Conservatives at this point in time. As we were saying earlier, this is the gate that they need to break down and get closer to the downtown part of Toronto if they're going to make it more of a game at the top line numbers, but certainly in Ontario. And the Liberals are having a little bit of a struggle, at least at this hour of the night. Similar story, there we go, in Vaughan.
Why do you want a Lib majority? Because I want an overwhelming mandate against Trump. And Mark Carney is the candidate leading that front. I want an overwhelming rejection of the Conservatives.
The Liberals felt pretty good about Peel region. There was some top-line polling suggesting that it was tightening up there as you got towards Election Day. And you are seeing that also up in the York region, which is what the Liberals were the most worried about in their seats in Ontario. But an interesting thing developing as well here in southwestern Ontario, because, look, the Conservative number is 144. Like, that's way up for Pierre Poilievre. Like, that is a big increase in the seats, at least at this point in the night. In the NDP, from Hamilton to London to Windsor right now, those are blue. The conventional wisdom was the collapse of the NDP vote would elect Liberals. But if the Liberals and the NDP both are strong second and third, the Conservatives could come up the middle. That may be what is happening in those areas. And just going back to the GTA, I know this was a concern.
Vosh, no clue about Canadian politics. Lamal, Bloc plus NDP plus Lib is better than Lib majority. I appreciate your response, and I don't necessarily think that my take on this is like the objectively correct one. I understand arguments from both sides. However, unfortunately for you, you're trapped within the cycle of samsara, and I've elevated myself beyond it. You can't express your opinion without framing it as a contention to somebody else. You thrive on conflict, antagonism, and needless banter. You can't just present your opinion because you're insecure in it. You have to frame it as a juxtaposition.
About around the popular vote and the seat efficiency, nothing is working as it normally would in an election. That's what's happening, right?
Yes, and Donald Trump obviously disrupted this entire election. I mean, the U.S. president makes about $400,000 U.S. a year. The Liberals should probably book that as a campaign expense, given the way that it's helped them throughout this thing. But
I got
until we
Bosch
get
attention,
sort of the
Lamal.
urban votes in mass number to know exactly how
Nothing
the
in the
cities
world
of
more
Canada are
pathetic.
going to vote, and the suburbs of Canada are going to finally vote, and of course British Columbia, it's hard to know if they're going to get there. But the vote efficiency that has helped the Liberals win the 2019 federal election and win the 2021 federal election, despite losing the popular vote. At this stage, we're not yet.
For context, the NDP pushed Liberals to implement dental plus pharmacare in the last session. No, I'm aware. People keep saying that. I understand that. But this is a very different environment. We'll see, man. If Mark Carney is able to meaningfully implement an effective program for lowering housing costs and building new housing, you might have a 1,000-year Carney Reich. It's really up to that. It's up to that. Will he turn this gaffe on the part of Trump and Pierre into a genuine liberal mandate, or is this just going to be people being upset with that? Will he make this like the Labour Party's victory in the UK? Is he going to be like Keir Starmer, where he wins only because people are fed up with the Tories?
Crammed with volunteers, and here she is, Leslie Jones. Congratulations. I want to know from you that very close loss to Dawn Stewart back in June, and then to pick up the campaign and start again. How was it different when you started knocking on doors for now a second time?
Well, the difference was really Trump
in Mark Carney. Donald Trump, I think, has really set the stakes for this election in a way that people understood at the doors. And the change of leadership. Mark Carney came in as a fresh, new, experienced leader for the Liberal Party, and I think people were looking for that too. So that really changed the playing field. And also it was more time to do the outreach that we needed, to hear from people heading into a general election as opposed to a by-election. And I think that was really important. So I'm deeply, deeply grateful for the result tonight.
You lost in the by-election to the Conservative Don Stewart, a small margin of votes of just over 600. Now here you are. How are you feeling this evening?
I feel very good. I feel so grateful for the trust that the community of St. Paul's has put in me. I'm so grateful for the team. We've had just people coming out in this election in ways that I've never seen before, getting involved because of what's at stake. And so I really hope to continue that engagement as we go forward.
I understand people were coming to your campaign manager when he was out putting out signs, something like 4 times the amount of requests for signs. So there really was, this time as opposed to the by-election, a bit of an uphill battle. A lot of voters talking about Justin Trudeau, not so happy, but a different atmosphere this time.
Well, look, the world has changed, and St. Paul's feels that. And so it's absolutely true. We had people coming in literally off the street, getting involved in their first campaign of their lives, saying this matters, this is going to be the most important election of my lifetime in Canada, and we're proud to...
Only 2 polls in, but Pierre's losing a seat, 55 to 40. It's you're annoying me. You're giving me whiplash in the comment. It doesn't matter. We'll see how it turns out. 2 polls, like you're farming for... This is the problem with society today. You people are so caught in your short-term dopamine hits. You need to be given moment-by-moment updates for the potential of an outcome that you know is not highly likely. Okay? You're chasing that high, so what? You feel more disappointed later? Oh, it's all part of the roller coaster, right?
A very dramatic difference tonight, and certainly when she came downstairs and entered, this celebration, there were loud cheers, and as we were hearing from the organizers when they were out on the street, when they were knocking on doors, the thing they were hearing again and again was Trump and the tariffs, and those concerns has brought this red wave back to St. Paul's. It was a red riding for many, many years with Carolyn Bennett, and it is red now once again.
Okay, all right, Eli Glasner, who was with Leslie Church there. That's a story of Fortress Toronto, but if you go outside Toronto, it's a different story. Let's look at what is happening in the Greater Toronto area. Used to be known as the Greater Trudeau area for the hold the Liberals had on it, but look at what's happening now. Liberals are down 9 seats, seats that they're not leading in. Conservatives are up 9. That is not what they were hoping for. What's happening in particular ridings? So let's look at Newmarket, Aurora here. This was the second slimmest margin of victory for the Liberals. Last time they hoped they would hang on to it. They are not. Let's look at Brampton. I spent a lot of time in Brampton. Even though this is a place affected by tariffs, everybody there talked about affordability and crime. They were very nervous. That may explain some of what you're seeing here with the Conservatives with the 419 vote.
Quebec replaced the seats lost in Toronto, it seems. Yeah, but the seats lost in Toronto were lost Liberals to Conservatives, whereas the seats gained in Quebec were Bloc Québécois to Liberals. So there's kind of a difference in the shift of votes there. It's not necessarily a direct... exchange. Québécois. The Grand Toronto area are 100% a blue mirage. Some will flip red for sure. You think so? Aren't a lot of these? I guess a lot of these are only like half of the polls are reporting. Yeah, no, okay. I'm looking at them now, and for a lot of them, it's like, in some cases, barely any polls reporting. I expected they'd be more in at this point. We have lean reds, basically everything in the city of Toronto, but in the greater area around it, we have slimmer leads.
To be done,
NDP
to be elected,
getting gobbled up.
but still in play. But you can see both Conservatives and Liberals up by 3 each, and that's at the expense of...
The whole afraid of crime thing confuses me as someone with a degree in criminal justice. Does Canada actually have a crime problem? I mean, every country on earth has a crime problem, right? But no, Canada's like pretty fucking safe. Like, It's very, very, very safe. Like by any standard that you would say. It's just a big part of conservative identity now is being terrified of cities. They love that shit. It's like a virtue signal to them. Big tough guys living out there in the you know, the rural provinces, and they'll be like, yeah, I don't even go into Toronto anymore because of all the crime. They're just pussies. They're scared of everything.
Kingsway. If you know BC politics at all or follow the NDP closely, this will be, really surprising to see Don Davies, the longtime incumbent, in second place. It's only a lead of 13, but we'll keep an eye on Vancouver.
Vosh has never walked around downtown Toronto or Ottawa at night. Motherfucker, I'm an American. Are you fucking kidding me? You're gonna Canada-splain violent crime to me? Are you fucking kidding? I grew up in LA. I've exited off Union Station and walked through Skid Row to get to my friend's house. You're gonna talk to me? You're just a pussy. You're just a pussy. I'm sorry. Your life isn't a guarantee, motherfucker. All humans, for all history, in all parts of the world, there's always been a risk. Maybe you should take notes from our founding fathers. He who would sacrifice liberty to secure safety deserves neither. Who said that? Alexander Hamilton in the famous play by Shel Silverstein. I don't know. Basically, shut the fuck up. Quit letting fear rule your life.
We don't know whether it's a minority or a majority. Catherine Cullen, you have some results.
Yeah, let's look at some places where the numbers are starting to firm up. In this case, we're going to
I know what crime is like. I lived in LA. Isn't LA one of the lower rate crime cities? Lamal Vosh is such a bitch. It is crazy the realities that people will invent in order to justify the irrational fears they have. Bro, this guy's been in downtown LA and he thinks he can talk shit about the real crime haven of fucking North America, downtown Toronto at night. Yo, dude, this fucking bitch over here thinks he can talk shit. Dude, this motherfucker's never even been to densely populated Canadian downtown areas. You ever been to the Canadian metropolitan? Motherfucker, you have any idea what our fucking gun crime rates are at? Like 4 a year in the whole province. And 2 of them were suicides. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, and that really tells the story about what's happening in Quebec, the block down, and the Liberals picking things up there, which could help them on their road to seeing if they form a minority or a majority government. Where are we going next here? Oh, let's check in with the panel.
I grew up in the mean streets of Beverly Hills. I'm a real hood
hand up, so I should have known that's where we were
cracker, basically.
Rosie, I think what's important is that sort of understanding sort of the optimism and the aspirational component of the election, right? You've talked about it yourself during the course of this evening. Mark Carney was not a polished politician. I think the fact that he wasn't a polished politician actually allowed him to present himself as a fresh face to Canadian voters, but he was also very ambitious and very confident, right? Going into ridings like Saskatchewan, where we've been talking about Destinity tonight, working on his French for that French language debate, showing that optimism that we could maybe take seats on Vancouver Island. A lot remains to be determined, but I think that optimism was telling. And I think
yeah, it does look like the seats are narrowing a little bit. In 2024, a ranking of 6 large cities by The Economist ranked Toronto as the 6th safest major city in the world and the safest major city in North America. The safest in all of North America? Bro, you don't know what it's like in there at night downtown. I bet they did that survey during the day.
In the 905 is that message that Carney was offering was really resonating. So I heard that from James Maloney in Etobicoke Lakeshore. I heard that from people such as Kareem Bardisi, and I will just a personal shout out to Tayakan Park, Delhi Park. He's been declared elected. He will make an excellent successor, and that's a terrific result to see.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're right to point out that issue of leaders' favorability, because that obviously may have been a factor here as well. What I'm not going to accept anymore is that Mark Carney's not a politician. He's a politician, that's it. There's no going back. That's who he is.
172 is the majority threshold here. Yeah, we're not getting majority. Mark Carney's definitely one. We're also definitely getting a minority liberal government. It's just a question of what the margins are.
quite capable of putting forward policies that were vaporous on observation. You know, he played the game.
There's no chance of a conflict. I think it is shockingly unlikely. People called this election a while ago.
You were out with him for a
he
while.
got a lot better.
Yeah,
like the
yeah.
first 2 weeks of the campaign, the difference between the last two is just astronomical. Like he has really fine-tuned his skills as a.
My guess is the reason why these are narrowing a bit is because they're now counting in secure blue ridings in West Canada. They're getting like Saskatchewan, Alberta, whatever. They're getting the ridings that are like 100%, like 5 people live in them and they're 100% conservative. So they're instantly counting them as conservative votes. But we still have some up in the air ridings in BC, in even in Quebec, you know. Keep in mind the early vote is counted last and early vote skews red. Is that true? Early vote definitely skews red. Is the early vote not counted until the polls close or until the countings are done? Is it like that? Yeah, that's true. Okay, I didn't know that. Yeah, I would imagine there would be something of a bias towards Mark Carney in the early election because early voters, usually like whoever leans towards early voting, that's what signals momentum. That's what signals urgency, right? The people who vote early, that's usually people who care enough. That's high info voters. That's high education voters. It's people who are more active, more energized, more engaged. So even if there's like a 3 or 4 point bias in favor of the Liberals in the early votes, like if it's like a 52-48 split, that's still significant because they had record early vote turnouts. Something like what, 7 million early votes? $7.3 million. Government websites already list Carney. No. Carney wins. I am very secure in that. We are secure in that. It's possible the early votes might be able to flip a few districts as well.
They are down in Ontario, not just below where we thought they needed to be for the path of majority. They're just flat out down. And like let's go through some of the regions here. The NDP vote is nowhere in Ontario, but a lot of it's going conservative. So we've seen the Conservatives moving into the Peel region here and like gaining seats in the York region. But what's also interesting is if you go to southwestern Ontario. Look at this. Windsor right now is blue. London Fanshawe is blue. I believe Kitchener Centre, the Green Party seat, that is blue right now. And I bet you if we go into the Hamilton area, we're going to see some of that there as well.
Hamilton.
Look, there's no orange in Hamilton.
Bastard,
but in Hamilton Centre,
son of a whore
there's a Conservative in the lead right
dropped
now.
in the middle of a
the top line
forgotten
numbers and
spot
the
in the
conventional wisdom
Caribbean.
of this election has been that the NDP vote collapse would just all huddle around Mark Carney as the new Progressive Party avatar. But what you're seeing is a lot of those orange votes seem to have gone blue, or at least the orange ridings are going blue because the dynamics were red and orange are pretty strong seconds and third. And you know what? Doug Ford rode this dynamic to a majority in Ontario because you had Bonnie Crombie and Merritt Stock.
That's a good point, right? The fact that Doug Ford is the Conservative rep there might have spared them a little bit because people voting there would be thinking like, yeah, we're voting for Doug Ford, not we're voting for Pierre. And Doug Ford is very anti-American. Parentheses based.
Are losing seats to the Conservatives in Ontario. And look at that. It's 154 to 152 right now. Like we're getting close to a tie. Rosie?
Okay, Althea, you went in there, and then Andrew, and then I'm going to get some more results.
Two things. One, I don't think we actually know enough at this moment because we don't know what the advanced polls are, and there was such a huge turnout for the Liberals. So I don't know, but a lot of the ridings that Mark Carney went to in the last week, like Newmarket, Aurora, King Vaughan, those are all blue at the moment, and I think a lot of the major issues there are crime, and the Liberals really did not speak to a lot of people's anxieties on that. The other thing that you're seeing in Edmonton Centre, in Windsor West, in London.
I'm so scared, Jesus. Guys, please don't make me continue explaining this, okay? I just gave a reason for why the totals are shifting. Early votes haven't been counted yet, 1, and 2, we're getting instant counts for a lot of the conservative ridings over in the West, whereas they're still counting votes in areas that are more mixed.
I know a lot can change. I know we've got the advanced poll. I know that there's probably more urban votes to come in. But a lot of seats are going to have to flip from where they are now to get the Liberals to a majority. And I would certainly only say, let's not equate minority government with instability or parliament from hell. You know, this is, there's, you know, even in a crisis, there's 2 ways in which you can have stability in a crisis. One is one party wins a majority of the vote and just rams everything through. Another is the parties figure out they have to work together.
Yeah, I agree. But look at these 2 parties.
Put aside politics as usual.
Do you see Pierre Poilievre working with Mark Carney?
We'll have to see.
Yeah.
I mean, he believes that the role of the opposition is to oppose. Like, that is how he attacked the NDP in the last
But look, if things get really hairy with Trump, the electorate will be in an unforgiving mood for anybody who's seen to be just playing politics as usual. I think we've seen that the electorate has adjusted their metrics as to how they look at people when they're really scared about things.
Maybe. Quickly, a read for Ronnie, then I got to go to Catherine Cullen.
Well, I'll agree with a bit of what Althea said, but just politely push back. So on the point about the advanced polls coming out, that we still need to wait for that. There's
I remember you saying that in 2024. Yeah, okay. Your dad said he'd come back, and he didn't. Sometimes people do come back when they go out for errands. I don't know what you want. Sometimes I say things, sometimes I say other things. Sometimes reality goes this way, sometimes it goes that way. Learn to evaluate the statement by the merits of the statement in the context in which it's made, rather than just evaluating it based on other shit.
Things are moving around very quickly, and things are very close. And so that's where we are tonight. Yes, it'll be a Liberal government. What kind is anyone's guess? Catherine Cullen.
Yeah, and you see the NDP there hovering just below official party status. But one thing that is a little bit more certain than that, one seat that is a little bit more certain, is that of Alexandre Boulris. He maintains the NDP presence in Quebec. And I believe we have Mr. Boulris. The CBC's Kwabena Oduro is in the riding of Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. And you got the candidate himself there, Kwabena.
Yes, I do, Catherine. And when it was brought up on screen that he was elected again in his riding, the crowd erupted. And I'm here with Alexandre Boulris. What's that feeling like?
No, I'm so proud, and I thank the people of Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie for their confidence for a 5th mandate. And I will continue to talk for them and to fight for them and get results.
So it is going to be a Liberal government. What are your feelings about that?
You know, at least it's not a Conservative government, and we showed in the past that we can negotiate with the Liberals and get concrete results for Quebecers, like dental care. So we will continue that kind of work in Ottawa. It's not going to be easy, but I don't know what will be the end of this evening. It's quite exciting.
What do you want Quebecers and Canadians to know now that you are going back to the House of Commons to serve them?
You know, I will be there to talk for their issues, you know, grocery, housing, the cost of living. We will continue to fight for working families, and we will have a close look on the Liberals and Mr. Carney.
So you are happy, your fans here are happy, your volunteers are happy. What is it like seeing your party not do so well tonight, though?
It's difficult. It's a rough night for the NDP in general. We'll see at the end of the evening. But it was difficult from the beginning because of Mr. Trump changed everything. But we will continue to be there for Quebecers and Canadians.
Thank you very much, and congratulations.
Quebecers, not Québécois? I thought Québécois was the way of saying that.
CBC's Kwabena Oduro in Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. And I will note, Rosemary, I believe as of right now, Mr. Boulris is
Either's
the
fine?
only
Okay. I like saying Québécois. Quebecers sounds kind of weird to me.
Candidate in the country. There are obviously a number of races where they're leading, but that's the only one the CBC's decision desk has said is a go.
Okay, so again, at the bottom of your screen there, 156 to 149, but those numbers keep bouncing around back and forth, and that's because we still have so many ridings where we do not have a projected elected, and that's what's going to happen until we get things a little more solidified, as David was.
I need to remind all of you of this, okay? Mark Carney was declared the winner like an hour ago, more than an hour ago. He was declared the winner like less than half an hour after the polls closed across the majority of Canada. We're fiddling over specific, like this is not a close race in terms of who wins. For a brief time, it looked like it was close over who wins the majority. It looks like it's going to be Liberal minority government. But just, again, this is not at all like what happened to us. I know you're traumatized.
But it gives you an idea of how long we might be here before we have some final sense of what's happening.
Yeah.
It's, yeah.
Yeah.
It seems to me that the vote counting is slower than usual.
It might be.
In many regions of the country.
Conspiracy.
Carleton is a special case because it's got 91 candidates on the ballot.
But, you know, we don't know what the turnout is. If the turnout is anyway what the advance polls was, if that is reflected in the general, there are more votes to be counted then too, right? That's possible.
Yes, but I also believe that in future Elections Canada should want a protocol where the advance polls are all calculated at the
Ahead
same
of time. Yeah.
So that it doesn't skew the commentary and the results and kind of gives you a more stable basis for what's happening.
Right, because again, in Carleton, where they have those 91 people on the ballot, they were allowed to start counting those votes 6
Damn, she
hours
needs
ahead
water.
of time.
Everyone drink.
Advance polls in the rest of the country, it's 2 hours ahead of time if the returning officer wants. It's up to each returning officer to make that decision, and that's why things
What
are
is she complaining about? They don't have to report this live. Right? She actually does. This is their job. I know it seems like they're doing what I'm doing, but I'm a live streamer. I don't actually have contractual obligations. They're actually, believe it or not, like paid, like they're written checks, and they only get those checks along with like a bunch of other benefits if they do the thing that they're doing right now. So they don't actually get much of a say in it.
In that riding, but that is why things are so, I'm not going to say volatile, but they are unusual and difficult to predict, I think is a safe way to characterize things in this highly unusual election. Ian, you've got some results.
Well, let's go to Saskatchewan, where things are more stable and the counting has almost, well, if not been completed, at least the picture is a
not
lot
surprising.
clearer there. And if you look at the vote change, well, look at the share that the Conservatives have. That will come as no surprise to anybody. The Liberals have increased their vote share by 11 percentage points, but kind of only a moral victory when you consider.
Yeah, look, both Conservatives and Liberals got like 10, 11 points off this. It's just them cannibalizing NDP and PPC. Can you say you got this shirt? Oh, this is the denim shirt from Imogene and Willie. Also, it's selvage. Look, it's finished on a older style loom. Nice little detail I like. Not a shuttle loom, or what do they call it? Projectile loom?
Riding and made it look a lot more favorable for the Liberals. And of course, the Liberals have won there. But in the cities, Regina and Saskatoon, this is a province that does not have a truly urban riding. So the ridings include the suburbs and the city core. Makes it difficult for the progressive parties to beat the Conservatives. And look at Andrew Scheer, the former Conservative leader. No surprise that he's won Regina Capel by a huge margin. And Regina Capel is where the CBC's Adam Hunter is tonight. Adam, I know you're an expert on things political in Saskatchewan, so you can take this in any direction you want. What's the headline tonight in Saskatchewan?
I think a crack in the blue wall for the Conservative Party. They held with that share of vote you showed, Ian, very impressively, but the Liberals gaining that seat in the north is not insignificant. They'll be happy about that. Here in Regina, they were hoping to pick up.
This is way too close. I don't like this. Again, I promise you, it's not actually close. It's not actually close. We won. They called the election. They called it a while ago. It's fine. The result of the election is known. I promise.
Yeah, Ian, it's a bit surprising and disappointing, I think, at the same time for the NDP, because they did so well in the provincial election, putting up a big fight in that provincial result, really increasing their seat count. But that didn't translate federally. The federal and provincial NDP aren't really aligned. And that showed, I think, tonight in the results, that 13% drop in the share of the vote for the NDP, very significant. And the Liberals picking up a lot of second places across the province, which is a surprise here in Saskatchewan.
All right, Adam Hunter, thank you very much for giving us the lay of the land in Saskatchewan. Rosemary.
Okay, thanks for that, Ian. Let me show you what's going on at the bottom of your screen there. And that is a whole lot of nothing definitive, basically. 157 leading and elected for the Liberals, 149 for the Conservatives. The Bloc sort of sticking around that number now that most of the counting is done. In Quebec, the NDP at 10 and the Greens at 1, and I believe that's Saanich.
It's not 100% guaranteed the Bloc will go into coalition with the Liberals if they get a minority. They've gone into coalition with the Cons before, I think. I don't think that's going to happen this time. For one, the leader of Bloc Québécois seems to like Mark Carney a hell of a lot more than the Conservatives. Also, the Conservative Party of Canada is still branded by their association with Trump. Like, no one is forgetting how much Pierre just represents Canadian MAGA. You know?
We're on there, too. So, Ashley Burke, let's hear from you. I think you have a guest with you.
And Bloc Québécois does not go along with that. They don't want that shit.
Watching these election results really closely, nervous about whether or not it'll be a majority or a minority government. With me is David Lametti, the former Justice Minister and Attorney General of Canada. He left the government last year. He's a longtime friend of Mark Carney and has been providing informal advice to him throughout his campaign. Mr. Lametti, can you just talk about how you're feeling seeing the results come in, especially that projection for the first seat in Saskatchewan?
Look, I'm really happy that Mark Carney will continue to be Prime Minister.
Do Americans really know this little about our election system? Hey, quick, what's the filibuster? Out of curiosity, Drama Punk 99. You have 10 seconds. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I'm posting your address in chat.
Other places, but look, if you had asked me in December if these numbers were possible, I would have said no. With Mark Carney in place, we've got these numbers, we've got government, we can serve Canadians, we can stand up to Mr. Trump. There's so much we can do that we couldn't do last November, last December.
Right now, do you still think the Liberals can win a majority tonight?
Well, there are a lot of tight races left, a lot of really tight races in Ontario. We'll see more tight races in British Columbia. We still have to wait and see the advance poll.
So you notice how the conversation they're having, the question they're asking is not, are we sure that this lead is going to hold? Rather, they're asking, are we sure Liberals can't get a majority? Just, again, no one's even discussing Pierre winning. No one's even discussing the Conservatives winning.
The government, Mr. Carney, Prime Minister Carney is going to have to work as a government to be a rassembleur, to bring people together. There's a lot of misinformation out there. We need to combat that. We need to establish the ability to talk to each other again. And since I left politics, it's been a lot easier to talk to people on all sides, and it is something that we all just have to do. Every single citizen has to do it, but a government in particular has to lead, and Mr. Carney will lead us.
Thank you for your time, Mr. Lametti.
Thanks,
That's
Ashley.
David Lametti, the former Justice Minister here at the Liberal headquarters.
Okay, thank you, Ashley Burke. And of course, David Lametti, a good friend of Mark Carney's, who has been advising him, is what we kind of understand, a little bit throughout this campaign. As you see Liberals there waiting to find out how this night is going to unfold. Catherine Cullen, do you have some results?
Yeah, well, Rosie, a lot of action happening on that board. So let's go to Alberta, look at some of the cities and see where some of that action is happening. I believe we are going to start here with Edmonton.
Just tuned in. Why aren't we more cheerful? I think that we should be happy about the results, genuinely. It's really just a matter of like how much the Liberals win. That's like the main thing that I'm concerned about. And we'll see. We're nearing 50% reporting overall votes in Canada. Yeah, keep in mind, a lot of these ridings are not as locked in as in America. In America, a significant number of the congressional districts are basically guaranteed to go to one party or another. You know, there are some more flip seats, but most of them are safe. Whereas in Canada, I think most of them are still safe, but not as many. It seems like there are a lot more seats where it's genuinely up in the air. There are way more, swing ridings than there are swing districts here in America. Our voting system really is the worst. That's true. That is true. So the Liberals are winning. The Liberals have won.
there in Alberta. Thanks for that, Catherine. Want to show you a little bit of how the leaders are doing. Those are the MPs or candidates I'm tracking. Let's start with Mark Carney. As we said, he handily won his riding, my gosh, by more than 10,000 votes in Nepean. First time he has been elected to public office, first PM to never hold an elected position, and also, here's another bit of trivia, first Prime Minister born in Northwest Territories, although he grew up mostly in Alberta. Next, let's have a look at, okay, that is Pierre Poilievre's riding of Carleton. Again, he is trailing the Liberal by 1,700 votes. Not a lot of polls reporting, and as we talked about before, advanced polls may indeed be a factor here. The longest ballot initiative, also a factor. There were 91 candidates on that ballot. But
well,
right now, Pierre
polls
Poilievre
reporting
in his own riding. Okay, Yves-François Blanchet, we told you about that either. Also, a big lead for him, an easy win in Belleuil-Chambly as leader of the Bloc Québécois.
It's still funny. Yeah.
And this is Burnaby Central. It is
Speaking
early,
of not
still,
all the polls reporting.
But the news here is what many in the NDP feared. Jagmeet Singh is in third place in his own riding of Burnaby Central, the Liberal leading by 240 votes. But for Jagmeet Singh to be in third.
No hate to Singh, but honest to God, the only time I've ever even heard about him was that one time he confronted a reporter. There was like someone following him and trying to like menace him, and he turned around and menaced him back, and he won. Was that a reporter, or was that just some freak with a phone? I don't know. Jagmeet Singh hasn't really done much to capture my attention, to be honest with you. I know that I'm an American. My exposure is heavily biased by the kind of media that I consume, the fact that I'm American chauvinist, the fact that I'm racist against Canada, et cetera, et cetera. But, you know, Mark Carney has done a lot to gather attention in the short time that he's been really relevant in the context of this federal election. Pierre is like a dead fish. Literally, like, how many times have you seen Pierre speak? Exactly. And Singh, I don't know. Yeah, Singh seems like a fine guy. I just don't know how good of a politician he is. You know? Nice person, bad leader.
With 2 polls left to go, the advanced polls, where the Liberals are believed to have dominated, Anthony Germain has gone from hundreds of votes back to just under dozens of votes ahead. He's got a 23-vote lead over Jonathan Rowe right now, with 268 of 270 polls reporting. We've seen some change, for example, in Nova Scotia, where Sean Fraser has moved out to a pretty big lead right now, almost 2,000 votes. But Miramichi, Grand Lake is flipping back and forth in New Brunswick, and this is all on the advanced polls. And that's going to be something we've got to watch in the GTA, for example. Rosie, as I was saying earlier, the Liberals are down about 10 seats in Ontario. There's a lot of advanced votes, they think, still to be counted in a lot of these ridings where they're losing. The vote efficiency, you would expect, with them being in the 44% or wherever it is in the popular vote, is not quite showing up because they're winning these seats by bigger margins. And a lot of the NDP loss, essentially what's happened is like the Liberal surge and the NDP collapse has elected a lot of Conservatives, or at least has the Conservatives more competitive at this point in time.
You know, you said a lot of the vote against Kamala is because she's a black woman. A lot of the vote against Singh is because he's brown and wears a turban. Oh, I fully believe that. Oh, yeah, for sure, 100%. There's a big Sikh population. There's a big Indian population in Canada. I know that your racial dynamics are different. You don't have, I was about to say you don't have African Americans in Canada. That's true. You don't have the same like racial bloc makeup that we do. You've got a lot of Asians over there. That's definitely true. Have a lot of Chinese and Korean and Japanese people, presumably, like I assume in Toronto, because that's on the West Coast. Or not Toronto, sorry, Vancouver, because that's on the West Coast.
Are still at this hour. What the heck time is it? 11:30 Eastern. Polls have all been closed since 10 o'clock Eastern. An hour and a half in, yes, we've said who's going to form government. But because those numbers continue to shift around a lot, because of the way this election has unfolded, really being a race between the two main parties, that is where we're at tonight. Still lots of movement there, and still not able to make a call.
The more recent Indian immigrants hate Singh, though. Well, yeah, because generally Indians don't like. Wait, I'm not stupid and racist, right? Jagmeet Singh is, he's a Sikh. Yes. Okay. Thank God. So someone said something in chat that made me think that he was that he wasn't, and I was about to get mad at that person to deflect from my own lack of knowledge. Right now, the Indian government doesn't have the best opinion of Sikhs. I mean, wasn't he the target of an assassination plot? Didn't we talk about that?
Yes, you're going to form government again. Not sure what kind of government, but what do you make of what has been a remarkable turnaround?
I think it's a remarkable turnaround, Rosie. You know, I look
Like fucking Modi literally had like hits put out on other Sikh leaders in Canada because he considered them like a foreign terrorist threat or whatever. He's very connected to the Sikh nationalist movement. Cool.
So to me, that is a remarkable comeback, and I really want to say...
Does he have the knife? Is he allowed to have the knife on him? Because there's probably like restrictive knife laws in Canada. Does he have the knife? He does, yeah? Sick. Huh? Come back.
It's a great night for Canadians. What I have experienced in my own riding, supporting 27 other candidates in Ontario and places like Saskatchewan, is Canadians recognized that this was a critical moment for our country. Canadians understood that the ballot question is who can fight for Canada, who can stand up to Donald Trump, and the answer is the Liberal Party and Mark Carney.
How much?
There are heavy carve-outs for kirpans? Yeah, they're like religiously obligated to carry a knife. It's super cool. It's pretty badass. I mean, also, it's not like it's an issue. Like, Sikhs aren't out there like stabbing people or whatever. That would probably be like a Sikh would probably be more averse to stabbing someone with their knife than anyone else would with any other knife, because that's like their religion knife. You know what I mean? Like the least threatening knife in the world, because it's like a religious symbol to them. You know, it's like it's like a ritual thing. It's not. They're not just gonna use that shit to chop up onions.
In the wrong direction, and that I had to do something about it. And I knew it was the right thing then. I'm delighted.
He was detained at an airport for carrying a kirpan? Really? Following his detention by airport security, Mr. Singh called for more training for staff and greater awareness. Do cons like play bad faith on this? Are they like, why do these brown people get to carry knives but we can't have guns? You know what I mean? Like, how much do they fucking whine about that? Yes? Okay, yeah, all right.
A verb. So for me, this campaign has been a really joyous experience and a moment when I have been so proud of Canada, so proud to be Canadian, and felt this real palpable wave of patriotism. Now we need to harness that patriotism and use it to unite our country and to build our country. And I know that that is what Mark Carney's government is going to do.
Okay, Chrystia Freeland, thank you for making the time on this busy night for you. Congratulations. We will speak again soon, I'm sure. Thank you.
Okay, thank you too.
Okay, thank you. That's Chrystia Freeland, who has easily won her riding today. Tonight, as she is projected elected, Adrian Arsenault has
164.
Some more results.
See, look, you fucking numbers people.
Of Ontario. We've been talking all night about how tight it is. Well, let's just look at some places where it's very tight. Eglinton Lawrence, Vince Gasparo, only leading by 55 with 114 polls reporting. This is happening all over Ontario. Let's look at another riding where it is extremely tight. Brampton, North Caledon. Ruby Sahota,
See, this is why the numbers have been fluctuating so much. Do you see how many ridings they have that are like basically swing districts? I know that Americans aren't used to this, but in other countries, their elections aren't actually determined by the rural voters in one district of 7 swing states. Like in America, legitimately, elections are determined by a handful of million people. Every other state is locked in because of the Electoral College. Where in Canada, there's a lot more variance.
This is the vote share in Windsor, Tecumseh, Lakeshore. Look at that line between the Liberals and the Conservatives. This is the story that is playing out in many, many ridings across Ontario, potentially across the country. That is why the number keeps bouncing the way it does at the bottom of your screen, Rosie.
Okay, yeah, it sure does. It's moving around an awful lot, but right now tracking
Hey,
a little
160.
more
We're back
heavily,
up to 164.
for the Liberals. Remember, a majority government, 172. The Liberals right now projected or elected in 164. Let me show you what the vote share looks like right across the country. Adrian showed you that one particular riding. Look at that. 42.6 for the Liberals, 41.7 for the Conservatives. That is how close things are.
Again, I've said this before and I'll say it again. It's very important for me to remind everyone. This may look close. Everyone already knows Mark Carney won, okay? I know we're traumatized. As you look at this, please understand it is not reflective of how close the race is. No one is doubting that Mark Carney has won.
And Ian's going to tell us a little bit about some of that.
Let's take a look at Vancouver Island. This has been a fortress in the past for the NDP, and a lot of people wondered what would happen to their seats. And you can see here that right now the NDP is trailing in 4 of the ridings that they hold on Vancouver Island, and both the Liberals and the Conservatives are taking the lead there. None of these, though, are projected elected. But let's take a look, first of all, at Victoria. Will Greaves, University of Victoria professor, has pretty well doubled the vote share for the Conservatives in a riding which for a long time has been held by the NDP. I talked to another professor at UVic who said that Professor Greaves got the nomination back when it didn't look like there was really any chance of the Liberals winning. Well, now next year he's not going to teach any students. He's going to be heading to Ottawa. Esquimalt Saanich Suk, Stephanie McLean has gone from being a cabinet minister.
Also, this isn't a single office election where a close popular vote means a close seat count. That's true. Yeah, that's true. Because people aren't voting for their PM. They're voting for their local parliamentarian. So even you could theoretically have a 50% divide between Liberal and Conservative votes, but if the Conservative votes are all concentrated in extremely blue ridings, and the rest of the country is more like a 60-40 split for Liberals, the Liberals could end up winning handily. Different system.
You might find her bartending at the Legion, sport shooting, or playing bridge. So a lawyer with a bit of a twist. That's kind of interesting. And yeah, huge lead going on in the night.
A lawyer who does sport shooting. No, I don't think I'd like to meet this person, actually.
Some Conservatives thought they would win easily. And this is a riding that so far the NDP candidate, who is not the incumbent, has managed to hold on to more or less the share that the NDP had last time around. But still,
that's the same system the House uses in America, though. Yeah, but the House doesn't determine the president. We're essentially looking at this as a collective party vote for the prime minister, not as a bunch of individual seat votes, because that's the difference between a parliament and a Congress, or a parliament and a president, I suppose. Man, the NDP really getting fucked here. Jesus. Really feel the pain being in an area where it's more NDP versus Con. Yeah. I wonder what the voter non-participation is going to be. Like, I wonder, like, we're looking at party vote versus party vote. I wonder how many people just didn't show up. You know? Voter turnout was super high. I'd be interested in seeing if these areas where it's mostly like NDP versus Con, if the voter turnout was lower there. But yeah, my guess is pretty high turnout across the board. I don't really have a mental profile for what an NDP flip Con voter looks like, to be honest.
This was a difficult one for the NDP coming into Jagmeet Singh's third national election. They need 12 seats to get there. It's going to be tough. They have nothing in Atlantic Canada. We know that. They do have one seat in the island of Montreal. Alexander
Union
Boulerice
Socially Conservative
was re-elected in the Rosemont-La Petite-Patrie riding. That's one. He's the Eastern Canadian flank. We do have them leading in Nunavut, but I don't believe they're elected yet in Nunavut. But let's look at Ontario. Let's look at Greater Toronto Area. Olivia Chow is the mayor of Toronto.
Blue eater.
There is not a single speck of orange anywhere to see in the GTA. We go into southwestern Ontario, northern Ontario. That was Charlie Angus's seat. Right now, that is blue on our map. You go into southwestern Ontario. There was an NDP seat in Windsor. Right now it is blue. There was one in London. Right now it is blue. You go further east into Hamilton, there was an NDP seat. Right now it is blue. Their vote collapse, while the Liberals have gone up, the vote inefficiency has created a path for Conservatives in a lot of seats that I'm getting texts from people in the NDP campaign saying this is the consequence of strategic voting. People hurrying to the Liberals stop the NDP from stopping Conservatives in seats where if they're voted held, they might have won. Either way.
Oh, that's the problem with first past the post voting, right? That's a good point. Rarely do we see a vote split pan out in favor of the Conservatives like this, like in this way, at least here in America. But yeah, it's possible the NDP could have picked up seats in areas where the vote was split between them and Liberals. That's the issue with first past the post voting. You get ranked choice voting, and you could have it sort down, you know?
Blake Desjardins had lost his riding of Edmonton-Griesbach. Heather McPherson is leading right now in Edmonton-Strathcona. So that means, really, obviously, no growth potential here. No growth potential here. It all comes down to British Columbia. This is where the core of the NDP caucus was. They had 13 seats in the last parliament from British Columbia. Ian talked about what's happening on Vancouver Island. Well, you know, this is going to be tight. It's already one of the orange seats is flipped blue as the counting goes back and forth. You know, I have described Vancouver Island as the Narnia of Canadian politics. You got green, red, blue, and orange. Nowhere else in the country does that happen, but it's playing out here on Vancouver Island. But you have Liberals.
Do you think the president should be directly voted on or picked like in a parliamentary system? I think that I prefer a presidential system to a parliamentary system. However, that's like very minor compared to all the other problems with the American political system. Like the problem with America isn't that we have a president versus a parliamentary system. The problem with America is fucking 50 million other things. The Electoral College, Citizens United, gerrymandering, the existence of the Senate, there's like a million other things, right? So it's kind of hard to get like a clean slate, you know, direct comparison, comparing apples to apples.
Elizabeth May
I think
has
both
won
systems
her
are fine.
riding of Saanich Gulf Islands with a significant...
Like presidential and parliamentary. I think both systems are fine. I don't think there's like an objectively better one of the two. There are some very undemocratic parliamentary systems in Britain. In Britain, for example, extremely undemocratic. So, you know, it seems like you can fuck up either system, really.
She has always been an effective parliamentarian, but obviously difficult
David
when growth
Beckham.
continues
He's
to
really let
elude
himself
that
go.
party, particularly in an election like this. Chantal Hébert, what are you thinking?
I think this is what it looks like when we have a two-party system.
Yeah.
And the night.
Why Britain? Because the House of Lords? No, because of the difference between who people vote for and the overall aggregated, like, parliamentary votes that get counted in the seats. The such and such has a video on it. CGP Grey? It's a fine video. It's very unrepresentative. CGP Grey? Okay, it's CGP Grey.
This is happening. But the night we're having now is a direct product of the fact that we had a binary campaign.
Yeah.
And the reason why we're all a bit trying to find our footing is because we've never done an election
that's
night
right. That's right.
that was like this one.
Yeah.
Where none of the usual assumptions allow us to know how this is going to end.
Yeah.
Yes, we know it's going to end with the Liberal government.
Yes.
I also believe the advanced poll thing and the lack of a protocol forces us to not go anywhere because we don't know where those votes have been counted.
Yeah. Yeah.
And that hopefully will be the last time we will have an absent over the universal word on how you count those votes so that we know what we're dealing with when we see results.
Well, and it can be done, right? Because the chief electoral officer issued that special directive for Carleton to begin counting advance votes 6 hours before because they were so long. Again, it is the choice of the returning officer, so that's what they get to decide. I guess the issue is, should they be able to decide that way? I will remember an election now I'm really dating myself, where Jean Charest was going to win in Sherbrooke, and it looked like he was about to lose.
Oh, the Radio-Canada declared him lost.
That's right.
Half an hour was lost on burying Mr. Charest, who subsequently won a seat.
He won. And I was in Sherbrooke, and they kept saying to me, don't do it, don't do it. The boxes aren't open. And that is exactly what happened. The advance ballots got opened, and he clinched his riding.
So you know why I'm obsessing over advance votes? Because I lived through that.
Yeah. Andrew?
Yeah, I have one small concern about that, which is to date, we have not had a lot of conspiracy theories about Canadian elections, you know, that we mark them with a...
Sucks that I missed the stream, mostly considering all the email I sent you over this, but thanks for covering this. If your emails contained more than 120 characters, the old tweet limit, I probably didn't read them. No, that's not true. I skim the emails that I get. I get valuable info from them sometimes, though people often make the mistake of emailing me like, hey, I'm an expert in this field, and here's like a 10-paragraph write-up on the subject you briefly mentioned on stream, not realizing that, like, I can't go off their word. Like, if I was going to investigate the subject, I would do so. But I can't, like, read what they emailed me and then go, yeah, this is what I believe now. And someone's like, really? And then I'm like, yeah, but, like, someone told me, you know? If you give me links to info, though, that's usually better, because then I can, you know, corroborate it a little bit. Otherwise, it's just a guy's word.
I absolutely agree on the advance polls, and we don't know where it's going, but the trickle that you normally see in ridings that the Liberals should have
It was
felt
revealed to
confident
me in an
holding
anonymous
is not
email.
It is bad news for the Liberals in the 905, and so there's probably a lot of people feeling quite antsy at the moment about the results that they're seeing in Brampton, for example.
Brampton.
I mean, it's just so tight.
Yeah.
It's so tight.
I'm often saying this.
And whoever...
About
well,
Bramptons.
Mark Carney will be the prime minister, but there will be a lot of, I think, reaching out to millions of people who did not vote for that party. When I asked him about that on Saturday, I felt his answer was not sufficient, but we were not allowed to ask follow-up questions, so...
Yeah, I'm told we're at... about 30.
This is 2016 vibes. Again, I have to keep repeating this because I know every time I say it, 100 new people hear it for the first time. Mark Carney won. He's won. He's not winning. He won.
Part of the problem.
Maybe we even want to do Churchill. Maybe we
and
turning into California.
And what?
We're turning into California, where it takes them a week to count the...
I don't think that's happening, but yeah.
This is fucked up, man. In Canada, when it takes them more than 2 hours to count the votes, they're like, dude, we're turning into America, where it takes us like 2 months to finish counting the votes. Fucked up. Unironically, this is like, dude, what are we like? Oh man, there's a pothole in the road. What are we, like Africa? You're bullying the underprivileged. Except they probably count their elections faster in Africa than they do in America.
Is going to end as we get closer to midnight Eastern here. 161 leading and elected for the Liberals. We've told you they're going to form the next government. We are not confused about that. That is going to happen. Confident in that projection. The second part of the story is what is left there on your screen at the bottom of your screen. 150 for the Conservatives. That is moving up and down pretty often, that number. The Bloc pretty much holding where you see it around 23, 24. The NDP not getting into the double digits for some time now, and that one green there, Elizabeth May. So that is where the fluidity of the...
Bro doesn't know about the potholes. Aren't Canadian potholes really bad because so many of the... It's just so cold up there. Like just water, melt, freeze, melt, freeze, melt, freeze all the time. You guys need to invest in a goddamn train system. You need a train system that runs along the populated, you know, the line, like a big fucking train system.
Is that when David Cochrane uses a phrase that's very colorful from Newfoundland, and I can watch Andrew Coyne's face.
Yeah.
It was not on camera, but it was one of the most amazing moments of the evening. So good on all of you.
I'm here for a good time and apparently a long time.
Anyway, that was really nice.
Cable.
It's after dark, right? So
let's go to Manitoba now and start with seat change in the province of Manitoba, where they've been counting for a long, long time, and you can.
Literally, like the fact that there's no like mega train running along here is actually fucking wild. Like so much of the Canadian like a third of the Canadian population is just in this little strip right here. You could absolutely build a train line running across that. Yeah, Montreal, Ottawa, Toronto, just like a strip right there. And it'd be nice to get everyone over here too, but like first things first. Like build some shit over there, man. I don't know why you're not. What's wrong with you guys?
Longtime MP Ashton is trailing by quite a bit, so we don't have enough information there to declare this riding, but you can see it's a big and solid lead for Rebecca Chartrand.
They're planning Toronto to Quebec.
Who lost
That's
this
good.
riding by a small margin to Nikki Ashton way back in 2015. And let's look at the perfect bellwether, the riding of Winnipeg South, which since I think 1988, the winner of this riding is also a member of the government. It happens time and time again, and it's happened again. Terry Duguid is leading, or actually has been declared elected there. Bartley Kives, our CBC reporter who's done some excellent work in Manitoba covering politics, is with the winning candidate in that riding. Go ahead, Bartley.
So, Ian, as you mentioned, Winnipeg South is a perfect bellwether since it was created in 1988. It is only
When do
elected
we
candidates
expect the
from the
late
party
votes
that
to be
wins,
counted?
and
Would that
I'm
be
with one
more of a
them right now.
tomorrow
Terry
thing
Duguid,
or early
First
votes?
of all, when you were thinking in December 2024 about your prospects, and think back to that right now, what would you tell yourself from a few months back?
Well, I thought we were always in the game, but it's been a very decisive victory tonight, and I'm very grateful to the people of Winnipeg South and these amazing volunteers that are behind us. So,
a decisive victory here, but not a decisive victory nationwide. What do you make of the very close margin here and the fact that you've fallen short of a majority?
well, it was a very hard-fought race. The polls were very, very close all throughout the election campaign. But compared to where we were a few months ago, I think we can be very, very happy about the result tonight.
So in a couple of months, if these results hold and you're sitting there in the House and the Bloc Québécois votes with you for the first time, what will your response be to the Conservatives who say this is yet another coalition?
Well, I think we have to respect the will of the Canadian people. They give us the Parliament that they give us. We have a responsibility to work with all parties in the House, and we will do that. NDP, Bloc, Conservatives. You know, our country is under threat right now from our neighbor to the south, so we need to work together to stand strong for Canadians.
Terry, thanks very much for taking the time here.
All right, Bartley, thank you very much. And we have the CBC projected that the Liberals will form government, and we have not yet had a projection as to whether that government will be majority or minority. Still a lot of counting to be done. Rosemary.
That's right. Okay, thank you, Ian, and good to see our friend Bartley Kives out there in Manitoba. Catherine, you've got some...
Why no woman date? Because then you'd have to split the check. I don't use any beard oil, I'm afraid. I wonder, how much of an immediate upset do you think we're going to get for the rest of the night? It seems like the results we're getting right now, we're pretty much looking at somewhere in between a moderate to significant minority win for the Liberals. A slight possibility of a majority, but I wouldn't count on it. No, there's still a shot at the majority. I would put it at like 10%, but that's not nothing. I'm giving it 1% chance Conservatives win. Not even 1%. 0.1% chance Conservatives win. 89.9% chance Liberals win minority. 10% Liberals win majority. That's my guess.
Going to fight for people in Edmonton, Strathcona, people in Edmonton, people in Alberta, and people in Canada. That's what New Democrats do. You know, this room was filled with people who were volunteers, who knocked on doors. We had the best candidates in the city. You know, we had a great team. It just, you know, the way things went, people were voting out of a sense of fear this election. And New Democrats do better when people are voting out of a sense of hope and optimism.
Well, you say you have the best candidates in the city, but unfortunately for...
Do you expect cons to try to argue they stole the election? Yes, 100%. Absolutely. Yeah. If cons in Canada might not, but conservatives in America will. And because conservatism in Canada is basically MAGA light, they'll pick up on that. So you're going to see lots and lots of American conservative media claiming it was a conspiracy. Some Canadian conservatives will, but I think it'll mostly be America.
Parliament, there were 25 new Democrats, and look what we did. The biggest expansion of healthcare in a generation under Jagmeet Singh, a pharmacare plan that the Conservatives and Liberals had voted against time and time again, and that was only 25. So yeah, it's going to be a lot of work, but New Democrats are used to a lot of work. We're used to doing this, and we are going to hold the Liberal government accountable, and they are going to have to live up to their promises to Canadians to make life more affordable, to make sure that groceries are affordable, to make sure that there is housing and people can afford somewhere to live.
Well, there are a lot of issues there that you just mentioned that I'm sure resonate with many Canadians. Heather McPherson, congratulations again. Thank you so much for your time.
Thanks so much.
Now, Catherine, Heather won this seat pretty firmly back in 2021 with 60% of the vote. We have called it so far for Heather in this moment. Polls are still reporting, but we are looking at about 12 percentage points less at the moment. We'll see where the night takes us.
Really interesting. Thank you very much for that. The CBC's Sam.
Trump clearly wanted Carney in, though, no? I mean, apparently, with how aggressively Trump has been tweeting that he wants Pierre to win and also wants to annex Canada. Yeah, I'll buy that for $1, for sure. I'll buy that for a loonie. Absolutely. It's the only logical conclusion.
His riding of Burnaby Central, it had been a concern for the party, and it continues to be so. So we'll see whether Mr. Singh is even able to hang on to his own riding in Burnaby South. And so I'm going to go to Randall Garrison. I brought him out there. So we'll start with the good for you, Heather McPherson. A bit of a star MP for the NDP, frankly. She was re-elected in her riding, but also a loss of Blake Desjardins, and Mr. Singh is in some trouble. What are you thinking tonight?
Well, it's obviously not a happy night for New Democrats, but I think what most New Democrats understand is that this is an election where a lot of our traditional supporters held their noses and said, we have to vote for the Liberals to keep Pierre Poilievre out and also to have the strongest possible stance against Donald Trump. And so they've lent their votes to the Liberal Party this time. But remember, the NDP is still the government in 2 provinces. We're the official opposition in 4 provinces.
That's true. It's Mark Carney's government to lose. If he's competent and strong, and he does a good job following through, especially on housing costs, he has the potential to lock in the Liberal Party. Right now, this is a temporary hold. Not just because, aren't there going to be another set of elections soon? Next Canadian, because this is a snap election. When's the next scheduled one? In 4 years? No, am I mistaken? We don't have scheduled elections? Okay, all right, my apologies, I was wrong on that. Then 4 years. This is a 4-year loan to the government. The only reason the Liberals won here, the only reason is because of Trump. And to an extent, Trudeau dropping out, but largely because of Trump. It's up to Mark Carney to secure an actual public mandate.
Should have pivoted earlier. Whether he should have not suggested that there was some world in which he was going to be prime minister and should have pushed more for the balance of power and protecting the things that you're talking about.
Oh, am I thinking the provincial elections are soon?
So pivoting earlier means a week earlier, maybe?
Well, no, starting from that point, maybe.
But from the beginning, we had no idea what was going on because of Trump. We had no idea what kind of campaign it was going to be. We had no idea that this big shift would be, whether it would be lasting for Carney or there was a bump. So for the first couple of weeks of the campaign, nobody really knew what was happening. And once we did know what was happening, he did shift very quickly.
Right. What happens if he loses a seat?
Well, it's always hard for leaders to lose their seat if they want to stay on as leader. And you know, I'm ultra honest. I don't know whether he'll want to stay on as leader if he loses his seat. It's going to be very difficult for him. I know it's been very hard on his family because of the threats that have been made to him. And maybe he won't wish to continue. On the other hand, the advance polls come through, he still wins his seat. We still have 12, and the Liberals are 12 short. That's another whole thing. So that's a story you can't write yet.
No, yeah, that's fair.
And we'll live to see tomorrow where we actually end up.
Okay. Thank you, Randall Garrison. Appreciate you you being forthcoming there as well. All right, I'm going to take you to some other results here in the riding of Central Nova. Oh, we're just going to go straight to the person who won in the riding, and there he is, Sean Fraser. He did manage to win in the riding of Central Nova. Sean Fraser, congratulations to you, sir.
Thank you so much. We get to be together on election night anyway, Rosemary.
Okay, so it turns out that idea to not retire and spend time with your family worked out for you here. How are you feeling about that?
Look, I'm feeling really good about the path ahead. Obviously, it's an invigorating experience to be successful in an election, to have the privilege to represent your community in the House of Commons. My family's actually really excited. We were all together earlier this evening watching the results come in, and this is an incredible opportunity to continue our service.
Yeah, and I'm totally teasing you about that. But what do you make of what the numbers are so far, and the fact that this has been a two-party race throughout this election campaign, and that is reflected here tonight? And we don't know exactly how this is going to end, other than you are forming government.
Yeah, look, I'll reserve judgment on the final numbers that come in, but
Frazier's super
the
bass, by
results
the
we're
way.
seeing tonight reflects my experience
This guy?
on the doorstep over the course of the
He's
last
dressed
number of
terribly.
weeks.
How do you feel about
People were
that?
faced with a very clear choice. Who is best to represent Canada in defending Canada, standing up to the threat that we're seeing coming from south of the border? People have very different views as to the appropriateness of one party or another, but that's what elections are all about. More than any election I've been a part of, this was a very clear choice with a clear issue. And thankfully, locally and nationally, the voters have made the choice that I think was the right one.
Right, but still not. I realize that the bar, 3 months ago was let's just survive. But as the election went on, it seemed like the bar was let's try and get to a majority. Could still happen, I suppose, but I think it's getting increasingly less likely. A minority government, is that something that...
That audio is killing me, man. Holy shit. That fucking ear rape shit playing in the background. It looks like the outcome of this election is more or less determined. So with that, there's still a ton of stuff that I need to cover. I think I'm going to do a wrap-up. Because I got to give the editor something, right? Can't post the 4-hour VOD, especially because the first hour of it was me screaming at people for not wanting babies to be born or whatever. Tomorrow morning, we should have pretty much the final results, I imagine. And we'll talk about that. But for now, I think we basically know what we've got. Oh my God, cut that segment out and burn it? No. No, I'm right. Look, I mean, if you're watching this now live, then you know, but if you're not, you don't. Maybe. Mark Carney won. He won early, too. His projected victory was determined less than an hour after the polls closed across the majority of Canada. It seems like he's going to have a minority government, meaning that he is prime minister, but in order to get shit passed through the parliament, he's going to need to work with Bloc Québécois and the NDP. Thankfully, it looks like both Bloc Québécois and the NDP are willing to work with Mark Carney. The leader of Bloc Québécois seems to like Mark Carney a lot more than Pierre or Doug Ford or whatever else. And the NDP is, generally speaking, got to lean more left with the votes. So we got to win. Okay, guys, we need to think about this here for a second. I'm not just doing a summary. We need to think about this here, okay? Because over the past 4 months, we have seen the most historic shift in polling. Like when Trudeau led the Liberal Party, up until he finally dropped out, it seemed like there was no way. I mean, God almighty, look at this. What do you even say about this? This came down to two things. It came down to Trudeau dropping out and being replaced by Mark Carney, who seems by all means to be, while a neoliberal, a smart, sensible, and likable person. We'll see if he's a good politician, but it seems like he, his message resonates for now. But mostly Trump. Trump poisoned conservatism in Canada by associating it with him. he called for the annexation of Canada while endorsing Pierre on the day of the election. It's poison. For Canada, it's kind of like, I don't know, it'd be like the Taliban endorsing Trump or something. You know, it's just, it's people in Canada are so galvanized against us, as they deserve to. They deserve to engage in and win a holy war against us, you know, 1,000-year jihad. So for Trump to lean in on that constantly, even Pierre had to distance himself from him, right? Pierre tweeted earlier this morning, you know, Canada will not be a state of America. We are our own country. Let's make Canada great. But it's a split message because Pierre's brand of conservatism is and always has been MAGA light. You know? Like, what do they offer? An end to le wokism? No. It's ridiculous. It's nothing. Conservatism is a nothing ideology. You're just a cuck. You're a sellout. I said this earlier, but like Pierre, it's pathetic how conservatives who love to feign patriotism are now forced in Canada into this defensive position where it's so obvious that to be a conservative, you have to fucking despise Canada. You have to culturally side with America that wants to annex Canada. And you also have to completely reject Canadian culture and cultural independence in favor of a foreign political movement. Oh yeah, we're Canada. We're Canadian conservatives. MAGA light, you know, whatever. Fuck our country. We're all against wokeness. You know what I, as a Canadian conservative, am really concerned about? The black crime rate in Atlanta or something, some type shit. I don't know. Fucking, I don't have any independent positions. It's pathetic. Pierre lost this election. Mark Carney won, but it looks like he won in large part by siphoning votes off the Green Party and the NDP. Look at the fall off in polling for the NDP here, and it looks like that's mostly been reflected in the voting results, right? Some conservatives moved over to the Liberals, but this was mostly strategic voting from Green, Bloc Québécois, and NDP voters shifting into the Liberal Party, which was smart and good of them. For the most part, that was the right thing to do. You know, they're going to have to work with the Liberal Party now anyway, because the Liberals aren't winning as a majority. So they're all functionally operating as a kind of de facto coalition, which is, some people might argue, the best case scenario, because it means the Liberals have to appeal to the NDP in order to consistently pass legislation, right, through Parliament. I could see that argument. I was personally hoping for a Liberal majority, but I can understand both being potential good outcomes. This is a good outcome. What we have received here is a good outcome. Very close on the percentage votes right now, but there's still a lot to be counted. The early vote still hasn't been counted. We're looking at this moment, though it's been shifting moment by moment, 160 Liberal seats, 151 Conservative. But again, you have to understand that Green, New Democrat, and to a large extent, the Bloc Québécois are not with the Conservatives. It really is the Conservative Party against all others. And my guess is that Liberals end up settling in the ballpark of like between 162 and 168 seats, which is a solid win. And also not what anyone would have expected. Again, keep in mind, as recently as December of last year, Conservatives were up 20 points over Liberals. A historic turnaround. Now, the real question now is, can Mark Carney secure this? Because he's being loaned the government, right? This is a response to Trump. This is a response to the dropout of Trudeau. It's not a pro-Mark Carney victory. This is not a Mark Carney mandate. This is a response to the Conservatives. Mark Carney's a liberal, and I've said some nasty things about them in the past. I do think that Mark Carney is ideologically incapable of fundamentally addressing what's wrong with society. Oh, the socialist thinks that liberalism and capitalism is at root of the problem. Yeah, I do. Sue me. I do think, however, that there are major differences between good and bad liberals. Mark Carney seems to be a pretty smart guy. Famously, for example, when he did he run the central bank, or was he just one of the upper managers of it during the time? Did he run it himself? He ran it. Big boy, he ran it. When he ran Canada's central bank, when over in America, Gambling from our lenders led to the subprime mortgage crisis, the 2008 financial meltdown, and a global recession. Canada weathered that recession better than most other countries because Mark Carney introduced regulations to prevent their companies from doing the same kind of reckless gambling that our companies were doing. In other words, in all the world, he was one of the few financial experts who saw the writing on the wall and tried to shore up the weak points in the economy beforehand. That represents a pretty significant amount of intelligence. I mean, it's an indication that he's not just a blind capitalist ideologue who cares about nothing but the wealth of the wealthy. It means he has some kind of technocratic managerial interest in supervising the economy. You know? There is a difference. He's actually a nerd. He's actually a nerd. And the fact that he's a competent administrator of the economy is pretty important considering the fact he's going to have to manage a trade war with the United States. He's a competent technocrat who just won in a startling upset during a time where globally competent technocrats are losing. Liberals right now are losing all over the world, and fascists are gaining everywhere but here. And it's my hope that this is the consequence of Trump's victory, that the Trump administration is so stupid, so brash, so arrogant, so antagonistic to our allies, that we serve as an example, that every other Western democracy can point to and go, don't let us turn out like that. And no matter how much fascism might be on the rise around the world, never forget that in essentially every country on earth, Trump is unpopular. Just keep that in mind. Sorry, I was also pulling up the Wikipedia page for Mark Carney here because it is genuinely very interesting. Carney's actions as governor of the Bank of Canada are said to have played a major role in helping Canada avoid the worst impacts of the 2008 financial crisis. That's pretty impressive. Again, not giving credit to liberalism as an ideology here, but you have to recognize that some people are much better in the game than others, right? Mark Carney is a liberal. You know who else is? Chuck Schumer. But what's the difference between them? There's a big difference between them, right? There are many big differences between them. It's possible to be a neoliberal in the sense that you have basically no beliefs, no ideology. You're an empty suit. You exist only to get reelected for 30 years in a row. And you have, all of your friends are lobbyists, and all you want to do is keep the Democratic Party from moving left. Or you can be the kind of neoliberal who's a giant nerd and just likes fiddling with numbers. I would take that guy. That would be my preference between the two. You can be a neoliberal as a consequence of a genuine interest in market mechanics. You might not be a socialist, but it's a hell of a lot better than being an empty shill for the wealthy. Not to mention, Mark Carney might not be a neoliberal. He might be a liberal. It's possible, and we'll have to see, he's advocated for some pretty good stuff with his housing policy, depending on how much he leans into the Keynesian economic stuff, how much he favors government spending, government involvement in the expansion of housing, how much he believes he can use the government to intervene in these failing markets and prop them up. Maybe he ends up leaning less towards neoliberalism and more towards, good, better liberalism, I'd say. Maybe not good, better, preferable. That's the hope, at least. One can hope. One can hope. No. Kind of scary for you guys? Yeah, I'd say so. Again, this rise is temporary. It will not stick around. Unless Mark Carney capitalizes on this and does what he said he's going to do, you can expect a conservative win in 4 years. Hopefully that doesn't happen. Okay. I think that was a good summary. Not 4 years, an election could be called any time. Yeah. We know you're all very special with your fucking snap elections, okay? We don't have those over here. We make do. Country boys make do. Sorry, I'm reading chat. I'm a little tired, so I had to spend a little bit more mental energy, more spoons processing what I was reading. Okay. I think I've covered the topic to my satisfaction. Tomorrow, of course, we will do a roundup. We'll see how everything looks. 161 to 150. Yeah, it looks like it's not fluctuating as much as before. So Donald Trump saved Canada? Unironically? Yes. At least for now. Donald Trump has given Canada a chance. It's the nicest thing he'll ever do to you. Unfortunately, I have to go. To everyone who donated, I'll read these donations tomorrow, because tomorrow I will, of course, be covering more about the Canadian election, the results, Trump saying that the election was stolen, Elon Musk showing up in Canada in a Cybertruck, him saying that he'll give the Cybertruck away to the next person who will go on national TV to testify that he was paid to, you know, illegally dump ballots for, you know, fucking Mark. You get me. You get me. So I'll read these donations tomorrow. I love you all very much. Take care. Drink some water. Have a wonderful night. And genuinely, keep in mind, we should be happy about this. Okay? I was hoping for an enormous blowout. But, you know, remember this. Okay? $100 men versus one gorilla? 100 men. I think it's a ridiculous question. Gorillas are strong. They're not magic.